Oh, hello there, sorry about that. Sam here, Real Love Guitars, and on the bench I've got Ed's vintage V6. This is a nice lightweight Stratocaster copy, or S style. No, I can't even say S style, by the way. Well, at least I can't on eBay. This is a slim-necked nice thing. It is very light. It has the same kind of body as, actually I think this is almost identical to the Blaster series guitars. Very lightweight, nice surf green, or maybe a bit greener than surf green, emerald surf green finish. As I say, light, fairly slim neck, very comfortable neck actually, and it has some, it's got sort of vintage, a rack of vintage Clouson style things, but they're Wilkinson tuners, but they're in it, interestingly they're in a fixed strip. And this is I'm not an expert on any of these brands and models and where they're from, but this looks like one of the earlier, well, I'm pretty sure it's one of the earlier vintages before they got into the Icon series and so on. But I like them. They're easy to play, they're light to hold, and the Wilkinson pickups here are, again, pickups are all really subjective, but I find them, I described them yesterday as a bit like having a cream egg. They're instantly stratty, they're quite convincing at the first sort of bite, so that you get a kind of sugary rush, but they're a little bit, they don't sustain quite as long as other things. But for the money they're incredibly good. I think they're £29, £28 or something, or £30 for the set, something like that. So they're a great upgrade from the faceless, characterless, the ones that you can often get in Affinity Squire Strats and some of the unbrand, no model Squire, early Squire Strats there, which are a bit bland really. So I quite like them. They're not something I would probably buy to put in these types of guitars, only because I suppose because they're just, yeah, like I said, they're a little bit thicker. They're a bit, for me, they're a little bit lacking in certain dynamics, but they're a very capable budget set of pickups. And having said all of that, and they do reproduce some of the tones, but when you play them back to back with some, as I did yesterday in the test, with some of the more expensive pickups, then what you tend to get is a little bit of not dullness, but perhaps a little bit of muffled, lacking a little bit in dynamics and a little bit more muffled compared to some of the more interesting and expensive pickups you can buy. But for a guitar, a basic guitar, they're not bad. For a budget guitar, they're not bad. Now this has the vintage stroke encore necks. I think have always been quite good. This one is, I'm surprised that a Strat maker has gone for a 12-inch radius. I mean, you know, it's not a bad compromise from a playing point of view, because the thing about a 12-inch radius, as I've been finding over the years, is that you can get away with, without fret leveling, you can, well, actually not in the case here, but the flatter the radius, the more you can bend notes without choking off. Or let's put it this way, the flatter the radius, the more fret unevenness it will tolerate before the bends choke off. So if you have a 7.25 vintage radius on a guitar like this, unless your frets are absolutely perfect in relation to each other, the minute you start bending you can suddenly find yourself choking off and you can't do big bends. But with a 12 or more, you can just bend forever basically. Now this is an interesting one because Ed wants it refretted, and generally speaking, the frets on here aren't too bad condition. They've got a little bit of wear down at the end, but you know, when somebody wants a refret, perhaps to get a different feel to it, or to refresh it so that they have all their life again, then I'm not going to kind of stand in the way if that's what they want, basically. So I'm going to refret this thing with Just looking at this, it's slightly over radius, and this one is slightly over radius because it's a little off-cut piece. It's quite a bit over. I'm going to refret this with jumbo wire so that there's a difference in it between this and the previous guitar. Actually, it's quite a bit over. I think it's part. This is not leftover exactly, but these are the bits left in my jumbo collection that have been used already. So I just need to gently manipulate them to make sure they're the 12-inch, which they nearly are. So yeah, so I'm going to refret with this vintage, this jumbo wire, and so that there's a real, a feel, for Ed's money. There's a feel of the difference it makes. It's probably better than going with the same kind of gauge of wire as before, which probably wouldn't feel like much difference, because mainly because this isn't hugely worn out anyway. One of the things that I'm going to take some readings off this, as I always do, but one of the things that I've noticed is that the first fret action is a bit low even for my liking. So I think I'm going to replace the nut with a white bone nut, which is in keeping with the white on the guitar. In fact, there's nothing black on this guitar, so a black nut doesn't really seem to make sense anyway. Now, because this neck has a kind of nice, finished edges where the little nib bits are all filled in, I'm going to treat it as a bound neck. So I'm going to cut the frets with a little overhang. Now the thing is, I'm just going to do a little drawing here because I've had some time-consuming issues, and it's just logical. So I'll show you what I mean. If you let's draw a neck. So here's a typical. There's your rose wood, and let's say there's your maple. Okay, and then let's say there's your fret, and then I guess this goes into the. Let's let it dry. Right, so there's your typical. There's a fret on a plain unbound neck where the fret tang comes right to the edge. Now, some people don't like the look of that. They prefer to have it basically looking like this. And actually, what you sort of see is you tend to see a kind of just a little hint of the tang, but it's covered over in probably rosewood coloured lacquer or glue or whatever it is, but it's barely visible. So it kind of looks like it's bound by a thin wood veneer. And then when if you come down, let's sort of break this up. Unless you come down to a real piece of veneer, a real piece of binding, which kind of has some thickness there, and then there's your maple. And then what you get is the fret comes to there, does that, and actually, what am I talking about? No, does it? Yes, it does. The fret comes to there, and what really happens is behind the scene. Sorry. How to draw this? That's smudging. So that's what your bound thingy looks like. Let's just make clear what we're dealing with. So here's your binding. There's your top flat edge, and then there's your sort of vertical edge of the binding. This is not even the Gibson one that has the little nibs on the end, but let's just say, and then below that, what you know is that to make this happen, what you've done is you've kind of cut off this bit of the tang to about there, so the tang runs all the way up there without going wobbly. Come along, sir. So you know that the tang runs all the way along the underside of the fret, and in this case you've cut it off so that the tang only goes down behind where the binding is. So the binding, we know, kind of extends underneath this overlapping piece of fret. So the end bit here looks like this. There's the fret end, there's I should do it now. Okay, there's the binding, and so what we've got is our binding there, as shown in the other picture, looking directly down cross section of the neck. We've got our fret there, and I'm going to do the tang in green, remember? So what we've got is a sort of tang that extends under there like that, but obviously you can see that it's been cut in. So two things have happened. We've clearly beveled the fret material itself, and we've also cut off the tang on the end bit. So what you've got is a piece of fret wire that's beveled and has the tang undercut. So you've basically chopped off this bit and that bit. And just to make the point, so side on, it looks like this. You got that. Got a bit set under there. It starts there. I'm going to just draw it in here first of all. It goes to there. That goes to there like that, and it goes like that. Right, and then we take that away, and it sort of looks a bit 3D-ish. There you go. There's your overhang, and that's easy to do. And what it does is, that's what you do if you're trying to preserve their filled ends, or you're trying to not disturb the thingy binding. Now the plus side of those two ways of doing it is that it looks tidy, and you preserve any binding, plastic binding, or in the case of the ready filled stuff, you preserve the look of the edge of the fingerboard. And to be honest, I've tried a few times to fill with different things, and I can never get it looking the same. So to be honest, if I was going to do that, I would just let it metal come to the edge. Now the argument that people have about the metal coming to the edge, and it's a good one, is if the metal comes right to the edge like this, sure, you when you level it, or when you kind of file it back here, oh, that's not the example version, right? Let's draw there's the rosewood fingerboard, there's the neck, right, and then your fret comes right to the edge, and you bevel it back this way, right, with your file, and your tang comes right to the edge there. I'll draw it in green because that's what it was in the other one. There's your tang, comes right to the edge, and it did stick out before, but you basically sand it or file it off or whatever. When you do it right to the edge, what happens is when the wood shrinks or anything, and it doesn't have to be an awful lot, you can very slightly, if the wood shrinks at all, you very slightly get your tang sticking out over the edge, and it's probably not even something you can see, but fingers being what sensitive as they are, your fingers will really feel that little overlap there, and probably feel it as something quite sharp and uncomfortable. And you know, on my own guitars, if that happens, I can just tidy up the fret ends in 10 minutes sitting on the settee watching something on TV. It's a nice relaxing pastime. But for somebody else, that kind of can feel uncomfortable, and they can feel like, you know, it's not what they wanted, and why is it scratchy again? So the way around that is to proceed wherever possible for using the do a cut in or an overhang. And the reason the overhang kind of makes sense is if we draw the same sort of thing in overhang land, so we've got our neck there, and we've got whatever fingerboard we've got, whatever material it is, and let's say we leave this edge untouched, and then we have our fret, which we still bevel backwards to give it a nice edge. And let's say we back up in the slot from the edge. And in this case, actually, it's not that much of a difference. If in both cases, what happens if the thing shrinks, you tend to, yeah, it tends to be, okay, it's maybe not quite accurate. You feel the edge of the fret sticking out, but you also feel the edges of that fret. So the whole of this area becomes a little bit scratchy. In the case of insetting or overhanging it so that the tang goes into a slot but doesn't disturb this part here, what happens is if the wood shrinks slightly, only this bit overhangs. This bit moves forward a little bit, but you can't feel it because it's in the slot. But you still will run the risk, on any fret job, you'll run the risk of feeling that edge there, which, as you can see from this picture, what you can feel if the wood shrinks on this version, you can probably feel a bit of all of it. If it shrinks on this version, you tend to feel there. And if it shrinks on this version, again the same, you tend to feel it around that little edge there. So this version kind of exposes you to a bit more change in feel, a bit more sharpness if the wood shrinks than the other two, but none of them are, I guess that's the point, none of them are safe from it. The plus side of doing this, treating this guitar here as if it was bound and undercutting, the plus side is that we preserve that nice finish at the edge. We also, somebody walking dogs, we preserve the finish at the edge along here, the finish, and we also this is the only bit that kind of sticks out if there's a big change in the dimension of the wood. That's a plus side. The downside of doing it, and it's probably quite a significant one in my experience of doing this, is that because you're preserving that edge, you can't put a saw into the slot and clean it out. And actually what I've found is that one of the biggest problems in fretting that makes you have to refret again is when you can't quite clean out the slot properly. So if I show you what I mean, get rid of these in a minute. So let's imagine, let's get a purple one. So let's imagine we've got our I'll do this guitar here. So we've got rosewood fingerboard, we've got the maple underneath, we've got the kind of, this is the profile of the guitar, right? To the other side. Okay, this is just a cross section, obviously. Right, so there's our cross section of our guitar with no frets at the moment. So let's say we're going to drop in a fret with a little bit of overhang. Now the truth is you have a slot that kind of goes all the way across to there, not quite to the end. That's what you've got to work with. It sort of looks like that, to put it crudely. Now the problem with that is that, let's just draw these lines in so you can kind of imagine this slot doing its work. Not very brilliantly, but you get the drift. So there's our slot that we're going to basically fit our tang into, and we want our fret to sit on top. Now, like I said, what we're going to do is we're going to preserve this edge at all costs. So you can see, as I mentioned, that doesn't reach the very edge because we're preserving the fill and the edge here. So what you actually do get in these things is you get often a build-up of crap and crud right there in the corner. And it would be sort of down here then. Builds up in the corner, and that can make it really, really difficult to get your frets, to cut your tang as short as you'd like. So what you tend to find you have to do is cut the tang from about there, right? And there's our fret sticking over the top of it. That's our cross section. There it is, extending to the end. Sorry, it's a bit enough picture. But let's take this line out now, and let's extend this right the way to the end. So here comes our fret, all the way. Get rid of the other lines so they don't confuse the matter. Okay, so now we've put our fret on top, but to miss out the crud, as you see, what we've done is we've reduced the length of the tang that we've put in and left quite a fair bit of overhang. So if you kind of looked at it, you'd say, well, that's the extent that the tang goes to miss out those cruddy corners. And the reason that I tend to do that is because you need to do that is because those corners are almost impossible to clean out without being able to cut right the way through with the saw. The saw going all the way through is the best way to clean them out. It guarantees you a clean slot. But you're finding yourself having to work with kind of impossible tools. You know, you get a little thin screwdriver into there, or a blade, you know, tip of a blade there. You're trying to get in there and dig out the grunge from the corners, and the chances are you'll pop out this little plug, and it will basically invalidate what you're trying to do. So if you're going to, it's just one of those things you've got to decide. If you can get the frets to stick, if the slots are really clean, if you're lucky, you can get the frets. You can keep the tang as long as possible to get. So ideally, you want to go as close to the edge as you can with the tang, so there's very little overhang. Now I'll do another quick little drawing to kind of make clear why it bothers me at all. Let's do our, so keep in mind what I was just saying. There's our neck, right, that's my dad trying to Skype me. There's our neck, there's our fingerboard. Let's say, whether it's maple on maple or rosewood on maple, it doesn't really matter. Now what we've got is, we know we've got a slot that kind of extends to there. That's how far our slots go, because we know that this bit here is filler or glue or whatever, the filler and lacquer. That's the bit that sort of fills in those holes, and we don't want to break it, or binding. So what we try to do is we try to make the frets. Let's try and do them in black or something. We try to make the frets. Here they are. There's our fret going across the top to the other end. Ideally, we want to get our frets a tang as close to that as possible without damaging this filler bit. Now I'm going to rub this away. If we could do it like that, that would be absolutely fine. But like I said, very often the grunge that's built up in that corner realistically means that to be absolutely sure they're going to seat properly, what we really end up doing, sadly, is something more like this. Okay, to make sure it misses all that crud. Okay, now let me just take away all of this and show you the real problem with that. Okay, and this is why it's an issue at all. I haven't really got around to that point yet, but if we end up with a thing like this, what you're expecting is this bit gets covered in a bit of glue and it grips because of the way it presses into the wood. So all of this area here tends to, if you're providing there's no crud in the bottom of here stopping its seat, with a little bit of glue and a basic clamping pressure, this whole area, all things being equal, i.e. the slot's deep enough and there's no junk in the bottom, that tends to sit really nicely. The problem you've got is that this area here doesn't, okay, because there's no glue and there's no tang, and the same with the other end. So again, that's a really poor diagram. I'll expand it a little bit. My dad's like this, right? He starts ringing and then he keeps on ringing. So here's our fret end, right? And here's our tang in green, which we've undercut quite a long way. Okay, and then here's our radius, right, going like that. And what the point being is, all the way along here, from here to here, it sticks down nicely, but because of the overhang, you can see the problem. It lifts at the end, and it lifts at the end for just because it wants to. It lifts at the end because sometimes that's what happens when you actually undercut it. It pressurizes it and it doesn't maintain the radius. And the truth is, there's no amount of downward pressure you can place on that with a clamp, which is what I do. Obviously I put a clamping caul onto it and press down hard. That'll be, in this case, a 12-inch clamping caul. That's great, it'll stick down there beautifully, it'll do all the job, place it down there, but you will always end up with this thing dangling free at this end, or just springing free, and if it wants to spring up it will, and then what happens is it tends to curve just a little bit out of the radius. So this, when it all comes to it, what happens, there goes my dad again, I'm not available, Pa, that's why I'm not picking it up. The older generation don't get it, do they? Sorry, Dad, don't mean to be disrespectful, but that's what happens when people aren't answering. Now, I've just superb job of losing the black pen. Here it is. Well, it's not the one I had, but weird. Okay, so what happens is when you when it's sticking up slightly and you come to do the fret level, yes, you've guessed it, I'm going to exaggerate this, right? When you fret level, that's what happens. Okay, and the fret leveling basically takes off this extra sticky up bit here. Now, fair enough, you basically have ended up then with the radius you wanted because you fret leveled it into submission. Remember, this is the edge of the thing there, right? So but the problem is this still moves, right? So that when you actually press the string down onto this fret here, right, here we go, that string's pressing down on it, what really happens, damn it, is that it goes like this. and that sits lower because it closes up this gap, okay, and it presses, finally ends up resting on there. And then what happens is that pushes it effectively a tiny bit down lower than it should be, because we've now gone away from what we agreed was the level. We're now pushing it, we're bending it, or the fret's bending below the actual level, which means it's likely to, or potentially, chokes on the following fret. So there you go. That's a long-winded, but I hope you found it useful. A bit of a long-winded nuances of fretting chat. Like I said, so we look at a guitar like this, and let's take this one here. No, which one? This one here. We take a guitar like this, which was again, it was an Encore, very old Encore neck, and I chose to, I think the ends were filled in with a bit of glue and rosewood coloured goo, but I chose to kill it off. First of all, because I don't mind having the tangs coming to the end. That doesn't upset me, and I know if it changes, if it starts to get sharp in a different season, I know that I can adjust it and just file it smooth again and sand it, and that's no big deal for me. But so I chose to do that, and because I chose, in choosing to do that, then I was able to use my lovely Japanese made fret slot saw, which meant I knew that all of these frets had clear access to be seated properly, so I didn't have any worry about the size of undercut I had to make, because I didn't have to make any, and as a result I also knew that these frets would sit down flat across the whole length. So the bottom line is that doing it this way means a far fewer set of refrets for me, because I don't end up with one or two. Now recently I did that SG 310 for Bob, and having done a complete refret, I ended up with about 2 or maybe 3 at worst frets like that, because I couldn't get in and clean up the slots to my satisfaction whilst retaining the end nibs, or whatever you might call them. So the result was that I ended up having to pull them and do them again. Now you could have argued I might have just done 1 or 2, but I changed my mind and decided I wanted to change the gauge of the frets at the same time, because I wasn't happy with how low they were anyway. So, but it, it costs you time. So with this one, just to put it all into perspective, and Ed, hope that's useful and not just wasting your time. But with this one, what I'm going to do is I'm going to aim to, I'm going to see how close to the edge I can get, and whilst being sure that the frets seat properly, okay? And you may see along the way how difficult it is to get your whatever, your cleaning out blade or your spiky thing. It's very difficult to clean out that slot. The only really good way is to get a thing running right the way through it, but again, we're not going to do that. Like I said, the alternative is to do it and then find a way to fill in these end bits, which kind of looks universally good, and as yet I haven't really found that. If I was doing it, kind of stripping it back and re-lacquering the whole thing, that wouldn't be a problem, because it would be uniform lacquering, and I would probably make up some super glue mixed with rosewood to fill in, but even then that doesn't quite behave like you want a dyed or a coloured lacquer. So you see, for all I know, knowing Stumac or someone like that, it almost certainly will sell some sort of rosewood coloured goo for filling in these nibs. I just haven't looked for it. So that might be a good idea. Meantime, I'm going to do it with a little bit of overhang. But the point is, if you're doing a guitar with a bound neck, you're always working with an overhang. And that is why I guess a lot of luthiers charge more, because there is that risk of those ends never sitting quite down. And it's actually very difficult to get each one of those and super glue it separately, clamp it separately. Occasionally you can get them to stay down, but it doesn't feel good to me. I'd much rather they were held down not just by glue on a flapping piece of steel, or nickel, silver, or whatever it is. I'd much prefer it was held with a tang and a bit of glue. There we are. Alright, enough of that. Let's get to the look at this. So what we know about this one, I'm going to write it up. We know it's 12-inch radius, which is a bit of a surprise to me. Although I've had them before, I can't remember what the radius was from previous times. But so just looking at the first fret action, I can see, just judging it by my own human eyeballs, I can see it's very low, and particularly on the B it's almost touching the fret, and I'm going to go in with a, see, it's phenomenally low. Now the good thing about this from Ed's perspective is that it will have played very lightly. It's below 0.1, that's practically touching. So that's got to go. So I'm not going to measure the other ones because we're going to redo it. But anyway, yeah, that's incredibly low. Now there's a thing I've been doing is I always work downwards from the top on these nuts. And in some ways, if I can get this thing out, I should probably use this to give me a baseline to work from, because this will be, I tend to cut downwards and it takes quite a lot of work cutting down into the slot to reach the right height. If I can be a bit more clever in getting the right height, but it sort of will help if I get this out in one piece. Okay, so we've got, we're not going to record the action at that first fret because we're going to redo it to 0.3. I'm going to keep it close to 0.3 because if Ed's used to it at sub 0.1, which is lower even than when you've got a capo on, then it'll be a big change if it's anywhere near 0.4 or anything like that. So just looking at this as we go, there's no relief at all in this neck. So that could be one of the reasons, by the way, why it's so low on the first fret. So what I'm going to do straight away is I'm going to, there's my dad again, you don't get the hint, Pa. I'm going to take off counterclockwise some of this relief, and that's creaking a bit because it hasn't been done before. Ah, it's my dad. I hope it isn't interfering. Now, often, I don't know how long this takes to come into effect. Some guitars respond instantly and some bizarrely seem to change overnight, which is always a good reason to not send them back straight away. Been caught out by that a couple of times. Well, judging by that, hardly anything's changing. Okay, let's have a look and see if it has in any way changed. Okay, yeah, we've got some relief out of it. Now again, with this, I'm not going to change any more than that. It needs a little bit technically, but what I'm conscious of is that Ed's experience of the guitar is with a dead flat neck. Now that could be why the action was a little bit higher than I would have it, because at a really low action with a flat neck you will get buzzing whether you like it or not. So let's just check what it appears to be in the middle. Let me just see something. The other thing I'd do, this is kind of interesting because people do this all different way around, and sometimes it's a give and take which way around you prefer to do it. I'm sort of doing it backwards and forwards now. I started looking at the nut to see what I could learn. I've gone to the relief next, and now I'm going to the action before going back to the relief, because what I'm looking at here is I've got an action of 3mm, which is way bigger than I would normally have it. Now when Ed and I were discussing this yesterday, it appeared to me that to get down a centimetre and a half, we're starting to head into the shimming territory, because I'm about to hit the deck on these saddles and we're not really much, we're just about at 2mm. Okay, we're still at 2, and that's it. I mean, it feels very low now. So at 2mm, again, I'm conscious. Let me write it down, by the way. Last fret 3mm. Low E, last 3. I'm conscious again when you do this. I think the thing to keep your eye on is, okay, we know what we can probably push it to in terms of overall change, but the question is what is your customer used to? You know, and how big a change? I was going to do the American version. How big of a change are they going to be happy with? Because it's all very well saying, and I've had it a lot of times. People have said to me, "No, give me a really, really low fast action." And you go, "You sure you know how much that's going to change?" And you know, people go, "Yeah, give me the low fast action." And if you do it, it's amazing how much changes and how profound those changes are. So even changing just the nut settings will create a completely new guitar. Okay, so straight away my decision making here is, if we go, I could get the action that I'm aiming for probably with the saddles on here just by lowering them. However, the two things about that: one is that they're at their lowest point, they can't go any further. And the second one is, because of that, they've got a load of scratchy grub screws sticking up. So I would be tempted to put a shim in this first to give us back a range of movement. Now the other thing that's going to happen is that I know that this is a full weight block. Actually, I forgot to tell you this. It's got a nice solid block in the back of this. I don't know if that's an aftermarket, but it's probably the one that came with it, Wilkinson unit. So I know that Ed wants a floating tremolo on this, and the floating tremolo is going to kick it forward and raise the action even more. So we're going to need more downward adjustment. It will cant forward on the pivot on the front screws, so it's going to need more downward adjustment. So those several things together tells me we need to shim it first before we go too much further. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go for the fret leveling at a fixed playing action first. Sorry, fret leveling. I'm going to, what am I, sorry, let me just get this right. Look at that. Right, I'm aiming to set that right. So I need to shim the neck, and I'm going to do the refret with the neck on or off. I'm going to do it with it off, aren't I? Okay, so that doesn't really matter. Blah, 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 thinks to himself. Okay, yeah, we'll do that later on then, when we've done it. So the issue here is, I know what the first fret action was, and I know what the last fret was, and I've now put a bit more relief in the neck than was there. So that's all I need to do at this stage. And basically, as you can see, I'm now going to take off the neck, because our next stage will be to pull the frets on this. Or actually, before I pull the frets, I'm going to cut the new frets and have them lined up. And while we're at it, I'll go for cutting the smallest possible overhang that I think we can get away with. This being the first time this will have happened, theoretically we should be able to get very close to the edges of the neck. But again, that isn't a guarantee, because you don't know how much glue or whatever's left in the slot. You don't know if it's being glued. I think some people don't glue it, some manufacturers don't glue it, the tang does the work. And some other guitars seem to have been glued when I get them. But okay, so right now, these strings, I'm probably going to want them again. So I'm just going to loop them a bit, and what I'd like to do is tack them on somewhere so they can just stay without breaking any. Just want to put them, I'm going to get a bit of tape and stick them down. But basically, they're going to be my sacrificial strings for when I've got the thingy refret done. And it's good to have them. They're pretty new anyway. So the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to remove the neck, and I'm going to, it's a bit tricky in this house because I'm going to fire up the soldering iron, which will be okay, but when it comes to switching it off, I have to go and unplug the power by the wall so I don't trip the house out. There's something about the power in this shed at the moment that is overloading in terms of when I plug in and unplug the soldering iron. It has some issues with that. I've got to be a little bit careful. No, that's not right. It's not the right one. Come along. Close. Okay, so I'll also get onto the. Actually, interesting. These are angling back a bit. Can you see that? I can't. Can you see how they're angling back on this neck? It's not common. don't know why that is exactly, but they are all angling. Yeah, off centre. Not a problem. It'll still work because the holes on the neck heel correspond with it. But it's a bit unusual to see that. Okay, so the process here is going to take care of the refret first, then put it back on, then look at the dynamics with the refret. Ooh, okay, we've already got quite a substantial shim. That's interesting. That's a great big wodge of something. Well, we'll deal with that when the time comes. Let me just annoy you with my phone a second while I take a picture. Yes, Dad, you are trying to get me. I know, I'm doing something else that doesn't involve answering your call. Right, I'd like to take a picture of where they had the shim in case I need to redo it. Same place. Might not need to, but I might need to do a completely different one. But there we go. That's a big chunk of cardboard for a shim, actually. Okay, so I know what I've got, and I'm going to put this fellow over to one side, out the way, safely on a bubble wrap. Thank you, there goes my tape. Safely over on a bubble wrap tower. Now, to work on this in the refret world, I'm trying to think, am I better off working without? I'm better off working without the tuners on here. So once I get these little screws undone, the tuners will come off very easily. Let's make sure I got the right screwdriver. As an Italian luthier of great skill and repute would say. Just going to feel that. No, that's nowhere near it. That's pretty good. Okay, so it just means these are out of the way, they don't get damaged, and it also means I can get the headstock flat on the ground while I'm doing the fretting. Okay, so one of the challenges of refretting is once you've fretted and it's dried and set, then one of the challenges is to do the beveling and to file off the fret ends that overhang and to then bevel. This one's worn because it's been taken off before sometime. You may struggle. Only just. I'm going to replace this one. In fact, I'm going to bin it any second now, as soon as I get this out, because it's a dud. Goodbye. Okay, push these out, and they very decently come out in a lump. They're the same each end, so there's no real issue there. I'm also going to take off the string tree. Yeah, so the issue, one of the real challenges in the refret is when you get down to using a file that edges this. It's almost impossible, well, it is impossible to do it without contacting the fingerboard, the edge of the fingerboard, which after all I've said about preserving these nibby bits seems a bit crazy because, well, we're going to end up hitting it with a big rough file. So part of what I do is I get it as close as I can to it with some tape, some masking tape on there, and as soon as it starts to touch that, I try then to do the last bit of finish by hand. But even then, you know, with a little file, that's still a little fret end file, that's still likely to hit the what you call it, this stuff edge, and you basically have not much choice if you're going to take off that last little bit of overhang. Now I'm sort of just playing around with it here on these, and you know, I can just see a little bit of a scuff, but then, you know, once we polish it up with some micro mesh, it tends to go away. The main thing is to avoid taking out any major substance, and so you don't end up losing this little nibby bit. Now what I'm going to do is, you might find when I pull these frets some of these drop out. If that's the case, then I'm just going to go for it with the full tang to the end, because if I'm not preserving anything in here, and I can't control that, if the tang brings that little end bit out with it, then I've no choice, it's out, and I either try and fill it in a similar style way, or I'll just make it my business to go right to the edge, and that way I can, the benefit is I can guarantee a clean slot, and also I won't need any overhang, so we'll get better seating frets. So let's see what happens, but the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to lose the nut. I'm going to try it with Chris Barker's famous nut knocker, which is now, oh god, sorry, you shouldn't be over there, which is starting to fall apart. It gets quite a lot of use. So what I'm doing is giving it a bit of a sharp hit if I can, and a bit in this direction too, but I've got to be, oh, that's broken, there you go. And I'll glue this in a minute if the rest will come out, because I want this shape to refer to. The problem is the Strat and telly, it's in a little trench, and obviously it doesn't really want to move if you can help it. So we can't always get them out in one piece. The idea is to be able to try and drift it out sideways, but as you can see, it's probably wishful thinking. No, it's going to need a bit of force feeding, and I've got this little very fine screwdriver that keeps getting bent, but it will do the business. Just go on there and gently lever it out, and once it's in there I can put this slightly bigger brother into it. Now if I'm lucky, the rest of this will come out in one piece, and I'll glue it together with the other bit to use it as a reference to mark up the next one. No, that's broken in the middle, so it's obviously glued down in one spot pretty well. There you go. And then I'm going to need a bit of cleaning. So even on the end there, it's taken a little bit of the rosewood with it, which is what it's always going to do. See how much it is and what we can do. Well, there's a tiny little bit. Let's have a feel. That's hardly worth worrying about. It's this tiny little bit here. I don't think I'd ever get it to reform into the right shape. So what I can do is, when we come to it, I can fill this with a little bit of rosewood dust and go from there. But that's the risk of getting a telly style or a Strat style nut out of its housing. There's still some plastic stuck to there, and this bit of wood here, as you can see, is very it's quite fragile. There's always going to be a risk of bits coming out hitting you in the eye. There's always going to be a risk of it breaking, whatever you do. Now I've got a thing for filing it. Just about big enough to go through. Again, I've got to be very careful that I get it running through without putting too much pressure on this bit here. Let it ease its way through to begin with. And then it will work quite nicely as a cleaner stroke cutter. And this will be still just about the right size to accommodate the next nut. Which, if we line it up, in fact, it's just about right. There you go. I'm going to use another blade just to make sure that the actual bottom of the slot is good enough. And again, it's quite delicate to get right in there to ensure the squareness of the cut. Keeping it upright so that as it cleans, it also sort of cuts a vertical edge, so it's nice and squarish. Now these, funnily enough, these are just slightly left-handed nuts, but they're so tall that that's fine. Doesn't matter. This one still needs a bit of widening at the bottom, strangely enough. Well, there's still something getting in the way slightly, so I'm going to just do a bit more cleaning down the edges to make sure that it sits where it should. So it takes a little while. It's a very fiddly process getting your nut seated correctly. But one side of this isn't quite square for some reason. There's something sticking in it. So I'll just go back and make sure I square it off a bit more. So this is, you can tell this is, we can see this isn't a quick process. There's, you know, it's time consuming and fiddly, but it's important to get right. What's happening here? Okay, that's sitting up there. There's a little bit of sticky upness going on here, which I've got to take care of, and it's probably best taken care of with this, except I think we've kind of temporarily lost its ability to cut. So if I've got any spare, let it reveal itself. Right. At this moment, I don't think I have. I'll get a bit of spare from up here. And actually what I probably ought to be doing with this, so I'm going to use a bit of the sandpaper. I'm going to use a 220 piece, which has got a bit more bite to it than the usual 400 that I often use. So I just want enough to cover this over. Mark it up there. Stick that away. Let's just put it back in the right thing so we can see what it is. I tend to do the fret leveling with the 400 grit and things like sandpapering tools like that with a 220. Okay, let's put that out of the way. Let's get rid of, pick that up. Cutting board. Let's get this bit of old stuff off there. And that was 2 sheets wide, or 2 pieces wide, so it's gonna thin down just slightly. Or is it? Yeah, I don't want it to be uneven. So these are, as you can see, these are fret rockers that I don't use as such anymore because my fret leveling method doesn't require them. So I use them as nut file devices. Health and safety? What do you mean? Health and safety. Okay, that's one side. Actually no, we'll do two. We'll do it like that. Just enough for it to be a little thinner than it was, but okay, that to that to that. So I'm just going to take off a backing paper and then we'll be ready to go. Okay, basically just going to stick that on there like that. Fold over to get one side and then fold over to get the other. That is about as complicated as it gets. And then slice that off and then cut that square. Keep that bit for another time. And there's our freshly refurbished nut cutting thingy. So we come back to this, and the aim here is to make sure this is a nice flat bottomed thing, and any gunge that was in there is flattened out. And it doesn't matter if it cuts more, because we've got lots of excess height here on this nut. What we want is a thing sitting as well, as tidily as it possibly can. Really, I'm more concerned about the bottom of the slot than anything else. I just want that to be as flat and straight running as possible. Sometimes you get a little hump in the middle and the thing is sitting kind of tilted up one end, or it rocks over that thing, and that will just about do. Okay. Alright, now let's just do one other thing. Sometimes it's like it can be a fraction wider, so I'm going to make a very, very slim little shim that can go on this. Stick on shim, and it will just beef this up a tiny little bit. Let's see how well it works. A lot of factories I've seen tend to use sanding strips, bits of sandpaper as their shims. Hang on, which way around are we? We are there. Yeah, a lot of them use bits of little strips of pieces of sandpaper as their neck shims, which is quite interesting. Okay, so that just fattens that thing up again. And then I can okay, I thought somebody had come into the shed. 'Tis the man in the togs. Okay, let's have a look. That's so thin, so tiny a difference. Tailor this a fraction more. Almost there. If that doesn't work, I'm going to just go with it as it is. It was just a tiny little thing to pack it out, but with glue it'll sit where it needs to sit anyway. Worth a try. Okay, just go with it as is. Move those out of the way. Okay, so just going back to this thing. What I've got is I've got a nut that's pretty high, and I just need to mark on it where the line of the radius goes, which is quite clear. And now what I need is I just need to draw a line. That's a funny way around. I'm just thinking what's the quickest way. I don't want to cut it down from the top because I don't want to lose my start point. So what I can do, I'm just trying to think of the easiest way. What I can do is I can sand this down and keep checking. I just want to take away the bulk of it so I don't end up having to dig too deep with my slots. So I'm going to file down from the underside first, and I'm basically making sure that the whole thing gets done flat and evenly, which is why I tend to thingy from side to side. And as I go down, I'm going to leave 0.5 millimeter, so then I can go a bit further. Actually, even if it's 1 millimeter, I only have to go down 0.5 millimeter instead of 1 mil or 2. So as long as I can get it, put it in the slot with 0.5 mil, sorry, say 3/4 of a mil to be on the safe side, sticking up or between the slots and the fingerboard, then I've got plenty enough to work with. Let's have a look. It's very difficult to see from where you are, but so I'm getting nice and taking it down, and hopefully this is just one way of taking the bulk of the excess off from the bottom, save me digging 2 deep holes and then having to spend too much time reshaping the top of the thing, the top of the nut later on, which is probably still have to do to some degree anyway because of the way, just the way it goes. Okay, that's sitting quite nicely there, but still some more height to go. It's funny, I found it's much easier to rock with this and basically preserve my sort of viewpoint looking down on it, and it's the sort of best way I know of keeping it flat, making sure it doesn't move from side to side and change the profile on the bottom. Okay, so I think we're just about there. So if I were to draw, just briefly draw on, the top line is the level of the fingerboard, so we got a little bit to go down to get it to the first fret action that we'd want, but it's fine for now. Now I'm not going to do anything else with that just a second. I'll clean off very quickly or gently clean off the pencil on there because I don't really want it messing it up. And this can stand off to one side. I will shape it slightly differently because they make these nuts with a little bit of a slant to the back. Well, in fact they've got it that way around because it's a left-hand nut. But actually the whole nut doesn't need to slant, the slots need to slant. So even whichever way the top of the nut's doing, it doesn't really matter as long as the actual slots tilt back, which they will do when I've cut them. So that's that, but I'm not going to put it in yet. The fingerboard itself is in good condition, so there's nothing, there are some little grooves there, nothing we need to do with that. So I just put this to one side, drop down on that front. Sorry it took a bit of time. Switch over now, and here's the fun bit. This is going to be the sympathetic pulling of the frets. Well, that's history. There's bits, they can go in the bin. I'll take this off for a minute so we're not drawing too much power, he hopes. I'm now going to put this one on, which just means until I rewire this whole shed, by rewire I mean reroute and try and minimise or strip down on the number of things. This may blow it still, depending on how it feels. Okay, we've got it in, but we won't get it out without trouble. So for this I'm going to use my fret pulling devices. There are lots of different views on things, but some people like to use these little bits of wire, little bits of metal, steel that supposedly hold down the frets as they come out and prevent any chipping or splintering of the rosewood. I have to say it's almost impossible to do, and it's almost impossible to use them because by the very nature of this thing, as soon as the frets are starting to come up, they'll lift whatever they want to lift. And the way those little strips work is that you basically, if you're going to use them, and I've got some here, but I'll show you, it's kind of pointless. If you're going to use them, you first of all have to lift the thing to get them under, because they're designed not to, obviously they're designed to go under the fret itself. And once you've lifted the end of the fret, the truth is it's already started to pull whatever it is going to pull, okay, because you have to lift to get it under. And then the only alternative you've got, if you want to keep it as tight as possible, if you want to lift it any further to get it under, you've already pulled it's already broken. If it's going to pull wood, it's going to pull it. And then if you hammer this under or push it under so this kind of goes as tight as it can, you end up scratching underneath there, and it really doesn't, I have to say, it doesn't stop it lifting. So it's got far more to do with whatever glue it's been held with in the past, which dictates whether or not it's going to lift. And if it's wood glue, you have a bit of a better chance because it'll soften Some other kinds of glue won't soften at all, like perhaps super glue, and it just means you're gonna probably end up, the nearest to the best way is to warm it up and then to kind of pinch along here, because this will do a business of pressing down whilst pinching. It's more efficacious than trying to use one of those little things. So to get this going, I'm going to start hopefully warming up. On very old guitars, this is quite an interesting thing, because when you do an old guitar, there's so much finger oil caught underneath the frets, that at this point it tends to start to bubble and smoke, and you can see it actually boiling, which is quite bizarre. Now, a difficult first thing, because you're trying to haul up the fret. Now, sometimes you see that you have to bite into the end just to get the first. Well, let's do the first one. So I've got it lifting, and I'm keeping the warmth on it. And now I'm going to just move along while I'm warming it, and move a sort of couple of mils each time, and biting with that idea that hopefully I'm pushing down the edges of the fret. That's pretty clean, and actually it sort of preserved the filling, the nib at the end. And just looking at it, it's not the widest slot in the world, but it's also not the grungiest. And if I just run this little thing down here, that feels pretty clean, just straight off. So bodes well for all the rest, but it's that first bite that can be the most difficult. And I'll stop in a minute, because I'm not going to bore you with, there's nothing much to say once you've seen one of these being pulled. So I'm trying to just get the whole thing a bit warm, and then I'm starting right at that end. And if you've got to put quite a lot of downward force to get to bite in under that edge of the fret. You can't do it in the middle, it just won't do it for you. So you have to bite the end, and sometimes it doesn't actually get underneath, and sometimes you just bite the top of the fret and you sort of take a chunk out of the metal. And if you do that, then you have to go even lower, and you tend to put a little dent at the end. So it's very, very difficult to do this process, to remove frets without doing any damage at all. The best you can hope for is to be able to tidy up a little bit of it in the refretting process, where you get to re-sand the edges a little bit. And, but it's you can see it's not scientific, and it's not exactly subtle. I'm pressing right on the edge, and I'm sort of trying to bite and turn to get under there, but I don't want to leave it too much on the edge, because I'll dent it. So it's a mixture of biting a little bit, turning a little bit, not turning too much. There you go. Right, I'm just going to pause there for a second and switch you off, because you can see, well, I think you can see that it's preserving those fills. There's a little bit of scratchiness there, but that would sand out very easily. And overall, those slots look fairly clean, and I don't think we'd have much trouble. I don't think the overhang has to be big at all, which is what I'm really having to strive for. So actually what I'll do first, I'll just do one quick thing, show you what we're aiming for. So once we've got all the frets out, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go and cut a set for this. Now I'm just noticing something here. I'm going to cut this first one off using my big snips, and the very end of the fret has a little bit of a kink, a flat kink, so I'm going to cut those bits off and lose them. That's where it got a bit bent somewhere in the process. So I'm going to go fairly close to the length I need, no more no less, and let that metal spring where it goes. So you've got a bit of overhang there, and if I was being really finicky, what I would do, as I can show you, is I could get this fret here, and I could tell you there's the edge. It doesn't mark it. Typically it's not one of those permanent markers, it's pretending to be. Let's try it with me. Okay, so let's say I mark that off as the edge there. I don't do this, but let's say I'm just going to do it for Okay, so I have a thing now that tells me what the actual size of the fret is, and I'm doing it really just for demo purposes, so I can follow that round, and the black marker bit is eventually going to come off, and the fret is everything else. But as a marker, if I'm being really precise, what I need to do is I need to now get my little undercut clippers, and I put the thing in there, and I cut, first of all, let's say I cut to the edge of the black line, so I know I've made a little tiny undercut. That's not quite enough, make a little bit more. Okay, there's my first undercut, which takes me to the edge of the black, but I know that I'm going to lose the black bit anyway. I'm going to take most of that off now, and I'll do an undercut here to the edge of the black bit, and the black bit, remember, is the actual edge to edge of the whole fret. A bit more. So currently all I've done is I've undercut just to the actual size of the fret, so it's not really an undercut on the finished thing at all. That would take up all of the slot right up into and including the filled part, which is not what I want. So what I'm doing is I'm just cutting down to size, and now I need to cut, I guess, what we're going to say, 2 millimeters. Let's be really brave. Let's go 2 millimeters inside of the black line. That's not even 2, it's a little bit deceptive. Let's do a bit more. I can't quite see where the actual blade cuts. Right, that's a little bit, left a little bit dangling. Come on, cut this, damn you. Not a scientific tool. Okay, I've got about 3 millimeters undercut from the black edge. So if I now cut off to the edge, near the very edge of the black, and I go in and I cut 2 to 3 millimeters under from the black edge here, which is about right, and then I've got a little bit more to cut off there, which could be that. So there's a really carefully cut fret. Now if I place it on here, what I can see, you might be able to see, is the actual fret tang is just inside both of those edges, and we've got hardly any left at the edges to cut off. In fact, we could clip a bit more off, but I don't wish to. I'd rather leave that bit. So this is a minimum amount of overhang yeah, just basically it fits with the minimum amount of overhang. I'm just a little bit cautious about this end, this one end. I think the other end's better. So I'm going to use this as my sort of guide distance, but again it's hard to see what's cutting. Alright, so that would be my target, and you can see that by the time it's finished, realistically I have got about at least 2 millimeters of overhang, but that will tend to stay pretty flat, and I don't want any more overhang than that. That's just enough. I could hammer that in now and it would probably stay down, and with a bit of glue, if I put some glue all the way up the end, or even just put some glue at the ends, that would probably stay down. And that might be a way to try it, and I haven't done that before. I've usually glued a little bit down here and tried to glue the ends, but I'm going to go for maybe try to, because these slots feel quite narrow, and I could do a micrometer compare, but I don't think it's going to be quite accurate enough. Let's see what we get. I do remember which is which. That's the old one. So we'll do this including the tang, including the barbs on the tang. So roughly 0.75, including the barbs, and this one is about the same actually. So there shouldn't be any problem. Okay, he says. Right, those are the ones to throw away. So that's good. They're roughly the same. So I could probably just hammer these in and maybe put a tiny bit of glue on either end and then clamp for a minute or two, and that should be all I need to do with it. And it would be, what I probably would do is, before I do that, I would probably get one other file. I probably need to make another one. I had a particular kind of file, but let's get this little, it's a bit too fat. Let's get this narrow little square filey thing, but I will probably make another one out of a piece of flexible. So I'd get this thing, and I would just go down the what do you call it, the edge of the slot, and just take off a little bit of the sticky up grunge that's there. And the reason for that is I also want the underside of the crown to sit beautifully flat on there, so if there's any little bits of sticky, and you can feel the difference now, this is smooth and that's got a little bit of a kind of glue, where the glue was before, there's a little bit of crusty stuff. Now I actually had a better tool for that, which actually could be this. In fact, I'm going to make it this. So how would I do it? I would, see, I don't want it flattened, do I? I want it like that, but I want it bent backwards so I can use it. Oh, that's not ideal actually, that's just broken it. Did you know that would happen? No. Okay, well I don't really mind that it's done that, as long as it doesn't snap off just yet. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to take this tool and I'm going to chop off, if I can, all of the tang under here. And then I'm going to put some double-sided sandpaper on it of the 400 variety. 400? No, 220, which I've got sitting over there. Thankfully kept some out. And then once I've done that, I've got myself a little pre-radiused, well, to 12 anyway, a 12-inch radiused, slightly flexible file that I can use, but it's no thicker, no wider than the glued extent of the glue that goes around the thingy, you know what I mean, the slot. Obviously if I'm going to use it like this I have to get all the way to the curved bit here. Oops, don't break that. It starts to, sometimes this tool is a little misbehavey. We end up with some slightly sticky up bits that I'm going to have to file now, which is annoying. It's not it's not quite behaving as a single piece of fret wire because it's sort of bent and going in funny directions. So prepared for it not to work. In other words, see, nearly. Come on, you can do it all the way. Come on, right to the end without breaking. Yeah, that'll do. Okay, so while we're playing this game, soldering iron's still on. I still need to pull all the rest of those frets. I get me my little bit of. Actually, let's just take all the backing off this, and I'll just stick it straight on first of all. Actually, we don't need to use it all up; it's very thin. Let's take half of that. Thank you. Now let's take the backing off half of it. It's possible, maybe. Right. This is a little cool tool that you can make. Now, obviously, this is curved, so it's not going to stick instantly, but it will if I pick it up and press it on. That's gone and torn a little bit, but I think that's just off the tool itself. So I'm just going to slice off the excess if I can. Again, it's curved, so it's not really going to play ball when I'm slicing this very well, but it's doing it. Spares, leftovers. Sorry about this fiddly thing. Mind the edges of your fingers. Okay, so look, I have got a radius tool which is going to snap any minute now, but the beauty of it is, even if it does, I can still use it for what I intended, which is tidy up the top of the slot. I'll do it for these two as well. And what's good too is that sometimes right at the edges you get a bit more of your crusty build-up than anywhere else, and this will take that off, and so that when you come to put your new frets on, they're going to sit on as cleanly as they possibly can. Look at that, homemade. Okay, that's what I'm going to do to all of those. Then I'm going to also go through and cut all of these. I'm going to be as precise on this as I was with that one. I'm going to draw the marks. I'm going to get each piece, right? I'm going to get each piece, line it up first of all, take a big chunk, not try to be too precise at that point, Then I'm going to get my pen and I'm going to sit it on top of there, and I'm going to mark just past the end there. I'm going to try and hold it in place. It's not easy. I'm going to mark close to the end up there. That tells me the extent of the fret. It didn't take long. Then I'm going to cut in to just short of that black line on both sides. I can do that, no harm. And then I'm going to undercut beyond the black line by about 2 millimeters, and with a bit of luck we'll do it in 1 or 2 bites, but we don't want tons, so that is good. And come on, spit out your bits. Okay, and another bite please. Okay, there we are. So that's what I'm going to do for all of them, and then obviously I'm going to lie them in a line. So I'll see you when that's done, and we'll be ready to go. So here we are in the fun part of the process called refretting. So what I'm doing is, sorry, this is a bit of a crappy view for a second. I'm taking my pre-cut, ready measured fret, and in this case I'm going to do it slightly different. I'm going to dab those a little bit of glue on those end bits because I want them sticking right down, and I'm going to do a little tiny run up the sides, more to get it on the underside of the crown than anything else. Okay, so there's a little bit of glue, have to be careful, and then I line that up with my fingertips into the sides of my fingers into the slot, and then I release this last one, move along, come back down, line it up nicely, come back down, squish it down, lock it on with my bit of what's it, bendy rubber thing, bungee, and then what I'm just doing is I'm taking out any excess. There's hardly any because it's pretty minimal glue, but just taking out, making sure I take out any excess, and that's staying there for a few minutes. Now this is actually going really well, everything's seated beautifully well, and while that's doing that I just prepare the next one, and my phone goes bling. So I'm using a cocktail stick to position the glue, so a little bit on each of the end tabs, because that's really usually the most important bit is the overhanging end tab, and if they're too long, like I said before, they can be a problem. But so I'm just trying to do my best to make sure that they seat properly to begin with, and I can tell with my fingers that I'm lining the frets up pretty much where they should be. They're all going in pretty well so far. Again, I can feel them. Oh shit! Well, that was bound to happen at some point. I can feel them squishing down quite well. I'm going to get another piece of this from somewhere, but for the time being, this is good enough. Probably maybe do with another bend round here. Nope, too much. Yep. Okay. Destructible, breakable, thingable. Okay. Bungee rubber, useful stuff, but a bit fragile at times. Right, so we're kind of motoring along with this. Looking good. I'm taking each one of these frets in order, so I know that it's the right cut to the right length for what I'm doing, and then blobbing a bit of glue on the other side, running it up the edge. Come on. Doesn't matter if it goes on the top. Oh shit. Sorry. I'm going to sand that later on anyway. So that's just a glue on the top of the fret is no problem at all. You don't want it on the fingerboard because that makes it a bit of scraping we have to do later on. But even that isn't actually difficult. It's kind of easier to scrape the. Come on, how did that happen? It's easier to scrape the glue off than it is to try and wipe it off. Sometimes I've done this with glue debonder, but actually, like I say, it's probably just better to wipe it like that, and then if there is any overhanging, just do it with clean it off, clean the excess off, and then if any dries in place, then just use a blade, kind of just backwards and forwards on the rosewood. And you can actually take it off whilst leaving the rosewood in good condition, because it scrapes the rosewood in such a sort of controlled, flat fashion. It doesn't make it look scuffed or anything. It's pretty handy way of doing it. So just plodding on through, fret by fret, and our phone's just gone bloop. What's that telling me? Dispatched switch. Tomorrow. Okay. Malcolm was looking to come over tomorrow, but plans have changed. Okay, let's just shove this one along a bit, get it lined up as good as possible, as well as possible, I should say. And my phone's going off all over the place. That's a bit of glue on the surface there, which I could clean off with some stuff. Let's get this on, locked on here a minute. I suppose the reason why I've tried to avoid, or this time I'm avoiding where possible, unless it goes on the deck like that, I'm avoiding cleaning up after the fretting, avoiding using this stuff, debonder. It's just because it actually, I don't want it putting glue on there and then sort of running any of the debonder into the same joint that I've just put glue into, because it just sort of defeats the object really. Okay, all sitting down nicely. Right, let's get ready the next one. Yeah, boring. So the refret process is it's interesting. I saw somebody online, or I saw another luthier's charge. They charge £200, so I'm quite under their price range, I guess. But I think it's what I charge is a fair price for what takes a good chunk of the day's work. It's not the most scientific thing in the world, but it's precision and it takes a lot of aftercare. So once the frets are in place, then there is a lot of aftercare to clean them up, to remove all traces of sharpness, and then also to then put the guitar back together again, set it up from scratch with the new frets and the new nut in place. So yeah, it's quite a drawn out process, but I don't pretend otherwise. It's my favourite task actually. I love it. There's something so satisfying about taking a guitar and giving it this kind of, changing its feel, but also giving it, in most cases, a new lease of life. Where, having said that, it wasn't worn out by any standard. It does mean there's another good 30 years of life in a jumbo fret set like this. So it's all running well at the moment. I'll get myself another one of these rubber things before this one breaks. Now you can see that I'm coming towards the nut, and one of the things I checked early on about the tang width, and it's useful to check if you can when you're doing this refret thing, because if the tang width is larger on the frets you're putting on, then what happens is it will go in, but it will bow the neck backwards a little bit, and you'll find yourself having to counter that back bow, the sort of humped back bow. You'll have to counter it with the truss rod adjustment, and sometimes you'll find that you don't have that much adjustment space available. It wouldn't be the case in this guitar. It's pretty sensitive to a truss rod adjustment because it's in good condition. But if it was an old guitar, you might have no adjustment, almost none possible, which would mean that your refret would basically condemn your guitar to being permanently humped, and basically you'll find that you can't play it. And I did that, well, I found that out. It wasn't really, I was going to say I found it out once. What I found out once was that a guitar that you can't adjust the truss rod on isn't worth refretting, really, unless you replace the truss rod, which I've done on that Encore Strat neck that I've reshaped. Okay, so we're done. I'm heading for the last 3 frets. Ouch, just dropped that one. Last 3 frets, and then the next part of the process is to let them set in for a while. Try not to disturb them for a bit, or in my, as far as I'm concerned, exercise a little bit of patience, which is always difficult for me. And then it will be to tape off the very edge of the binding, so that I can run the edge file along it and cut the fret ends to, first of all, square, and then once we've got it square, then we can bevel inwards at about, I can't remember what the angle is, it's about 40 degrees or 35 degrees or something. And then once we've angled it, then it's a matter of just tidying up and softening the edges, some of which I'll do with a file, and then some of which I will then leave to the point where I'm re-polishing after a fret level, the final fret level, or the playing fret level. I think I've only ever, out of about 25, or maybe more refrets, I think I've only ever, by accident, ended up with a guitar that you could just play straight away without doing a fret level. It's almost, just as the factories can't do it, it's not that easy, or it's barely possible for me to do it either. So every refret I do like this, there will be a full fret leveling process to do afterwards, or in a minute when I get the setup going, and sometimes even twice. You know, if the first time isn't quite right, or I'm being a little bit cautious, then I may play it for a bit and then go back and do it a second time and fine tune it. And look, we're almost there. See a little bit of dried glue along the edges and sometimes on the frets down here, but that's absolutely fine. What I really most care about at this point is that all the frets sit flat on the fingerboard and that they're all down at the edges, so there's nothing kind of springing up or trying to move or anything. It's really, really the most important thing. So I think that should be all right. So I'm kind of ready to go. Last one in, just balance it to the middle a bit better, press it down. I can feel it seating already, so that's good. If I let this go, it will unwind itself. So there we go. Last one on, hold it down, pick up the excess if I can at this stage. Bit of glue on the top there, but I can get rid of that with the debondery stuffy. Right, there we go. So that is pretty much the main pressing bit done. Leave that for a few seconds. So what I'm going to do is I will come back to you when I'm ready to do the edging in a minute. Won't be long. See you in a second. Okay, so here we are, Ed, back with the sides of this just masked off. Now this is just going to work as a barely sacrificial surface. It's just to give me a little bit of extra warning when we get to the edge of things. Now what I often like to do at this point is to get my old fret leveling file, which I don't use for that anymore. I use it for a myriad of other things. And to begin with, it's like to take off in a downward motion as much of the excess as is sticking up available to me. I'll put this where you can see it. So just taking away some of the the excess. And some stick out further than the others, and some barely reach the edge at all, which is quite good, although we don't want them to not meet the edge. Again, you can see I'm pressing down with the drawback of doing this. You have to be very careful not to kind of dig into the edge of the fretboard, and because you can't see exactly what you're doing with this huge great flat file, you can find yourself there a little bit quickly. So I'm just sort of taking off, first of all, the sharp edges and any excess material. And the aim of this is just to give the horizontal file, the edging file, a bit less work to do. And the same for the other side. A bit harder to do because it stands up on its headstock end there. Everything feels pretty sharp at the moment, as you'd expect. Okay, well that's taken the bulk of the big overhangs off, and you can see that my tape is pretty much still in place. Then the next bit is the fun bit, and it's the scary bit too, and this is the edging file, and it's this bit that does the work along the edge. Now, to make it work, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to hold it down again with clamp. I'm just going to make sure it's in a comfortable position to work on. So just to really hopefully just keep it in place. Okay, so the idea is to use this square edge to cut all of this square to the body. Now the problem with this is that this is a curved set of frets and this is flat. So first of all, any bright-eyed person watching will know this doesn't naturally sit on there, so it's going to kind of try and go like that and like that across the curve of this. Because it can go like that, it very easily lifts up, and then this sharp edge here is in danger of flying along the tops of these frets, and very often that's what happens, and I haven't really managed to avoid doing it. So there's another thing I'm going to just do. At this end, there's every chance that you run too far and hit the wood at this headstock end. So I'm going to try not to, but I'm going to thicken up the masking tape at that end. So in case I do, I'll probably get away with it. It's quite difficult to do it without running onto that. You have to try not to, but it's difficult. So I'm trying to just give it a little bit of extra help. I don't want to go that far, as you can see. I don't need to, but it'd be nice to have some sort of and a rubber stopper or something. I mean, if this would work, that would be great, but I'm not sure it will. Let's see. Let's tie it around there. Let's see. Don't go past this point here. Whether I can get it tied up or not is anybody's guess. Okay, it's like a little buffer, so it goes all the way to the end and it hits that. Okay. So the first bit is the hardest bit. All these are jagged, and to be honest, they're all waiting to catch the edge of this thing. So you might be looking at this thinking, how the hell are you to get any of this done without ripping these frets out as soon as this thing smacks into the end of one of these? Well, once they start cutting, they start to level out and they tend to not catch. And what you've got to be able to do is put some force this way, but if there's any lifting force, if you lift up while you're going that way, you'll skate over the top and scratch the hell out of the frets, which makes fret leveling a lot harder. So I'm trying to not to let it slide up and over. So I'm trying to put the force that way. So some that way and some that way. So it's a kind of diagonal force. But even still, because of the shape of it, that diagonal force sometimes gets turned into a turning motion, and away we go. So just trying that. And evidently you can't do it unless you put some amount of force into it. You could do more work with a lighter touch, although you have to put some force into the end because you can't run at the end ones. You've got to be downwards and across, and it's really scary because it feels like so close to running it over the edge. So it's getting towards there. Like I say, the ends, both ends, struggle from not being able to get the same sort of, not force exactly, but the same amount of coverage, because it can't really, right, so it's starting to now just hitting on the paper. So that's telling me right here, I just cut inwards on the paper, so I can put another bit on here just to give me a guidance. It's kicking up some fair bit of cut up swarf, you know, metal stuff, which we would expect it to do. There we go. So it's this end one that doesn't get much treatment, so we can try and do lots of small repetitions and bouncing off the rope there, which is quite good. And I can see it just getting close to cutting on the paper. Once you get a smooth run on it, it tends to be much easier to work with, and you can watch out, not really doing any damage to the edge yet. So you can lighten up once you've got a clean run, and you can focus more on repetition, but even then it still sticks at this end where it's not flattened out yet like the others. So I'm sort of I'm turning it in to try and get it to cut. Now it's starting to dig up the paper. Now what I'll do is I'll stop at that point. Again, you can see all the metal bits. I'm going to stop at that point. I'm going to flip it round, blow off some of the swarf. While I'm at it, before I turn it, I'm just going to put a bit more paper back on here. I want to try and keep it not too many layers, otherwise we'll never get it to do anything. Rubbishy masking tape, thank you. It's always better to let it hit the masking tape, or at least rip it out of the way, just one layer of it, and then we know to kind of stop and look where we are. Yeah, I don't know if you can see that. We're now close to the edge. It's not that much. We'll go into bevel, beveling, diagonal bevel next. So this way round, going at it the other way. I still want to be working to the outside of this, so I've changed the guitar neck around. I'm going to do the same thing again from this end, up, down, and it's to begin with, it's really uncomfortable. And again, I need to be pushing downwards, not sideways, really, and mostly downwards. It's very hard to get that to be right. Really don't want to be hitting the fret sideways while they're nicely in there. We don't want them lifting out or anything. So this is kind of a destructive process, but we've got to be kind of careful that it doesn't damage what we're trying to finish off. Look down the edge, looking good. Again, these are quite a lot longer, so it's difficult to get to. Certainly not getting very good at getting them to run smoothly over there. Maybe just try it. Eventually we'll get there. Sticking out the far end as well. Well, we're getting there slowly, but it is patient. It requires patience, and particularly if we don't want to end up with that skip over those frets, which is sure as heck fire don't, as Needle Nose Ned would say in Groundhog Day. Okay, starting to cut the paper, which is good. It means we're getting somewhere. Right, so let's just examine our status quo situation. Okay, so we're cutting up a little bit there. I'm going to put a tiny bit more on just to recover it for the next bit. And now I'm going to, even though I'm not totally flat on the edges yet, I'm not far off. I'm going to focus on the angle cut now, because what that does then is it leaves us a little overhang, if anything, for our final flattening out, and that's where we just tend to have that last final flattening out where we just take off the last sticking out. We tend to dust off the edge there, and that's the most damage we want to do to that. So here we go to the diagonal side. Again, same thing applies. This is just as easy to go skipping over the top. So to begin with, we want it hold down, we don't want it going anywhere. And very slow to start with, very light. And just get a little track going on the edge of the frets so we can run along. And of course we want to try and contact all of them. And it's starting to work. You could do this manually if you had to, with a file, but you know, the idea of the block is it makes it more consistent and also ultimately saves you time. I'm focusing right on this end here because it always takes longer to bring this in. Partly because all the frets are closer together, so there's more of a weight of metal fighting with your file. And also partly because at the end you tend to ease off the pressure. Ooh, diagonal, lovely. Okay, but sticking out still, but we're getting there. And what you can do at this point is you can switch back to the edging. Again, we were hitting the paper straight away, so we're very close to as far as we're going to get with this tool, unless we want to start taking off tons of material, which I don't. So I'm going to carry on, finish off only with this diagonal bit now. And as soon as I finish this, any further edging, sharp bits, I'm going to do by hand. Now this also will tell you when it's reached the edge, because it will start riding along the top edge of the it's bound to do it, so we're going to ride along the top edge of, or cut into the top edge of the lacquer here. Again, we just, you kind of know when it stops cutting metal. Don't want to hit the frets, darn it. Don't want to hit them, I want to cut them. You can hear it's still cutting. It'll take a while before it gives up the cutting part. It's just about there, it's stopping. And the same applies to here. There's more to go. This is the bit that always cuts most metal. It feels like it does. You can still hear it cutting. Snicky noise. That, where it goes clackety clack, we're done. So you can see how much material this takes off. I think I'll take a still picture of this too, because it's like a good example. And hopefully, I'm going to make lots of bleeping noises for a moment, but bear with me. Okay, loads of good, crinkly, shiny, gritty stuff. Alright, so we're nearly done on this one side, but a bit more still down here. Again, diagonal, bevel. When it's going, it's cutting metal. When it's going, it's cutting wood, it's bouncing off wood. I think we are all snicked out. Beautiful. Got so much metal left there. So I'll show you up close if I can. What you've got is you've got a really closely cut set of bevels. They're very, very sharp and precise, and you've got tons of leftover swarf. But that's it. That's your angle done. And you can see that yes, at one point we've just about scuffed the edge of the lacquer down the side, but that will just shine back up with a bit of micro mesh, so it hasn't taken enough off to do it any damage. So that's one side done. Brush all that off for the time being, and you know, there'll be some close-up work to do to just tidy up any little bits of glue and stuff, but in essence that's the hard bit done on that side. Now this bit I'll do the same here, and again clamp at this end and just take my sweet time to get the thing biting first and then get it cutting smoothly, and then we will double back to it, try the flat edge again. It will cut the paper up, we'll stop and go back to the bevel. Same thing applies. All the things I don't want to have happen is this thing to skip. Cut down and a bit of sideways motion. Again, hardest probably to get this end and that end to cut right flat or right in close, because you're going to have to sort of push it in up close by hand. It doesn't feel smooth. It's not like it's rolling smoothly like the other parts, because we simply don't have the run up to it, otherwise we'll get dents and cut slots out of the headstock here, which I don't want to do. So to this end and let it run a bit. What I'll probably do next is take this in the house and work a while on the ends indoors, and I've got some other jobs with Martin's guitar to do indoors on the table, some lacquering stuff, so I'll just shift indoors to the warm and do that kind of indoor work there, which I may or may not. I'll take the camera and I'll have a check in with you at some point during the way. So the next major part will be reassembling this onto the guitar and working, getting it set up to do a fret level. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to run down the edge one more time, or once or twice. There's a bit of cutting out there, paper's going, and I think that's all I'm going to do there. Scuffed up some paper, so the rest of this now is going to be bevel, angle. Same principle here, a lot of cutting at this end, so it'll be a while before it starts telling us we're clear. Not bad though, very close. Almost there. Almost there. Good. This one might still take a little bit more hand work to finish it off. All right, look at that. Loads of chopped up metal there. But we have it. We have a nice, beautiful beveled set of frets, and a bit of a workout too. So I get this undone if I can. Be harder than you expect. Come on. Thank you. Okay, so pull off the tape. What we have is this one of these little old crumpled stickers came off on the thread in the heat of combat, but I mean, it's like that one. I'll take them off and I'll clean it all up because they're kind of worn out now. Don't really add anything. Okay, so just peeling this off, and actually what's good about this is by the time I've taken the glue off here, which will come off a bit of that stuff, you know the one I mean, solventy stuff. By the time I've taken the glue off, this fingerboard edge will actually look like it hasn't been touched, even though I've scraped we know that I've scraped the tape off destructively with the file. It's pretty good the way it sort of takes the brunt of the file. So I'll just give this a quick clean down from all the dust, and then oops, the paper still left at that end. Whoops. I'll do the edges there and there. Get this filler off. Away. Well, that's still, there's the mark, or the spot where that thing, what do we call that thing? The shim was. Again, I'll just take off, hopefully take off the goo that we built up from those labels. Might be a bit more to do later on. It's a good solvent, but it doesn't take it off in one go. Believe it or not, cellulose thinners would be better as a glue solvent, but you know as well as I do that it would probably melt the lacquer. Certainly would melt it if it was nitro. Okay, so just as the fingerboard at this point now will look quite dry because this takes the oils out of it for the time being. So what we've got is a freshly refretted thing with a bit of glue stuck down here still, which I'll get off later. Just whizzing down here, all the edges are preserved. None of the little fills have dropped out, which is great. These are sharp. I mean, they're sharp on the edges, not along here. It's perfectly good. So there'll be a little bit of hand edge finishing here, which will involve files like this, doing an operation running, yeah, a bit like this, which is very gentle. All I want to do is just round off the facing surface there, and then when we come to I'll probably also spend a bit of time indoors just rounding off the corner there as well, so that when we come to do the fret level, these will round off quite nicely, and they won't feel, actually they feel quite nice. No, they won't feel sharp, but there's a difference between that one already. Just that little tiny bit softens up that very, very sharp. I mean, this is like a knife edge at the moment. So there you go, there we have it. We've got the new nut to go in here, which we'll put in when we put it back on the guitar. And the tiny bit that's missing is this little tiny chip that came out here, which I say we could probably, for a bit of technical fun, we could probably just build up with a little bit of spare rosewood. I've got loads of spare rosewood. I can get some dust, and we'll make it with dust and super glue. It'll look a bit darker probably, that's the only thing. But there you go. It's otherwise it's halfway through the kind of refretting process. That's the mechanical bit done. Next stop will be the business of putting it back on the guitar, putting it under load, and then doing a precision fret level. The interesting thing about this is that these were pushed in at a consistent 12 radius, and what I'm seeing is some of the fingerboard isn't exactly consistent all the way down. There's a little flat spot here in the fingerboard, which is cool because the radius is telling us it's 12. You know, the radius curve on here is saying it's 12 even if the fingerboard wasn't, and that's what you get when you're fretting. You're aiming to follow the fingerboard, but there are times when you'll see that the fingerboard, the frets are absolutely bang on, and you can line them up against each other, and yet the fingerboard is clearly flatter in some places. So that's and I wouldn't say it's exactly a flaw, but it's something that it can kind of catch your eye when you're doing a refret, because you think, oh no, have I done something wrong? Have I left a gap under there? And actually, what it's showing you is the fingerboard is not quite rounded in that spot, but the edges look absolutely great as well. They're really stuck down and held down. I think we've got the distance of the amount of overhang just about right. Okay, so that's that for now. Take off my Dr. Zeus glasses. So that's most of the shed stuff done today. As I say, I will take this indoors and do the fine tuning on the frets. I did a bit of a, do you know what? There's a bit of a so-so average finish here. Oh, sorry, you can't see. I don't know if you can see that. That's it's been glooped in the factory. It's been flattened back, but not completely flattened. So there's a, well, you really probably can't see it. If I could take a picture, but there's a characteristic sort of uneven surface here. It's not flat at all. That's not too bad. That's a little bit. It's got some weird patchy stuff as well, where it's not quite flat. But so and there is a little blob here. I noticed that you can feel in here that isn't. It's where the lacquers run. It's just a little bit knobbly. But it's interesting, isn't it? Factories for you. That's what they do. The other thing I tend to do, even though we've got a beautiful sort of almost razor sharp thing. If I don't need to, I won't, but if absolutely necessary, one of the things I tend to do is I'll get the file like this and I will just round over, just for the sake of making sure there's no sticky up bit along the bottom edge of the crown of the fret. I think these are so good that we won't need to do that, so I'll concentrate just on softening these edges, and then when we come to sand it after the fret level, we'll polish it up and shine it up and soften it even more. Okay, so Ed, I hope you found that informative. I'll polish this up too with some scratch remover. It really is a little bit dull, this headstock. And it isn't just because of the glue, it's not a great finish all round. I'll take a couple of pictures because I'm surprised at that, but you can see it you can see where the lacquer's sort of built up and then troughed or hollowed in the middle, so it's kind of it's lower in the middle, and of course when they've gone to flatten it missed out all the lower middle parts, which look scuffed as a result. Anyway, I'll take a picture of that. So, okay, there we go. We're on our way with this. Don't forget, it's going to need a shim. Why is it going to need such a big shim? Is the pocket cut unevenly, or is this unevenly cut? We had a couple of things, didn't we? We had the fact that the bolts are going that way, which is a bit odd as well. So maybe that doesn't look any lower than that. So maybe it's the pocket that's cut a little bit funny. Okay, so that's it for now. I'll see you again in the next bit, which will be refitting it and getting ready to do the fret level. But right, as it stands right now, I'm not going to put the nut in until we're just ready to do that. Okay. Good morning. 4.5 degrees in the shed and rising. Humidity 80 degrees. That's okay, I don't mind the humidity at the moment because I'm not attempting to do any lacquer. Although I still have one neck to finish with nitro, and the weather conditions are just not playing ball. Now, where are we? A little bit of a quick tidy up of any fretting bits and pieces, because we are here with Ed's refretted vintage Strat neck, and the more I hold this neck, the more interested I am in its little shallow thinness. I like the profile of this neck. It's a very flat, or very narrow, not narrow, it's a shallow C. It's a little bit wider than the neck I'm looking for, and it's probably wider at the heel anyway than the other aspect of the necks I'm looking for. But it's a good profile, I like it. But I bet this is at its widest. This will be a 50, yeah, 56 nearly 56, if not, yeah, 56, just over. Get this just shut on there. Yeah, just over 56. So that's about 2 millimeters more than the kind I'm looking for, which, as I've mentioned before, I found in the Encore Strats and the Sun Mustang Strats. So it's not really a problem. There's plenty of those to choose from, but they will require working down to this level. Anyway, so here we have Ed's Strat neck. Now the one thing I might have to do, I just checked this out yesterday, and I think I may have just cut too much off the bottom of this nut originally, so it may be that I have to shim it, not shim it, replace it and do it again, but we'll see. We'll try it out first with these old strings. The other thing that was necessary, if you remember, was a bit of a neck shim required in here. Now I'm not sure that it was a very thick one that was required, so I'm going to have a look at, see what I've got in my department of leftover shim parts. There's some really stuck ones that have been put together. Take the glue part off there, see what we've got. So this is a 0.75, I think, or maybe it's less actually. I think it might be less. Maybe it's 0.3 and 0.35 and the other one's 0.75. Anyway, this is a bit of copper that I would typically use for a shim. I'm just taking the excess glue off it quickly. And we can check it with the old what's it. Oh my goodness, it's cold in here. Okay, no, this is the 7.5 one. The other one's over a millimetre. So I don't think we need huge. Oh no, actually we do probably need quite a bit, because there was a chunky shim under there already. But the interesting part is that that shim, if we look at the, well, very interesting, we look at the thickness of that compressed, that's a millimetre of shim that was over in this corner position here. So where was it? It was down in this pocket. Well, you, blimey, I don't know if, sorry, I've not got a good view there. I don't know if you can see this, but that neck pocket is a bit of a mess. It is, oh God, it's awful. It's all over the place. My God, I'm going to take a picture of that because that is an absolute disgrace, manufacturing wise. No wonder they had to shim that with about a ton of stuff. Maybe the lighting doesn't do it full justice, actually. It doesn't. No. Well, you can get some idea of it, but it is all over the shop. And it is about a millimetre difference between this shoulder here, up here, and then there's a hole down, so they've cut it too far down the back, and all kinds of weird things going on here, like as you saw at the beginning, the screws going backwards. So I've got to be quite careful to shim this in a way that's going to work, because basically that fella was there like that, which we'd have to try and replicate. It should, okay, that sits there like that. You can feel it where it sits in. So that was their original shim. Now the difficulty is we have to go underneath that. We could be all over the joint because we don't have a flat surface to work from. This is really difficult to predict. So if I put my little bit of shim under there, that raises that. This, what is going on here? Hikes. We've basically got a hole, what it considers to be a hole down here. Do you know what I'm so tempted to do? Yeah, it does it. Blimey. The whole neck pocket. By the time you get to the back here, it's down that way, so they've canted it up with this piece of stuff. But we need the whole thing to go up. So I need something that's going to cover that whole area, including underneath the existing shim. So what I really need is I need a single piece of copper with two holes in it to accommodate those, and they've got to be fairly big enough to do the job. Now that's too chunky. Oh, maybe copper's going to be a bit hard to work into this equation now, so maybe I'll dispense with that. But I don't know though. Let's see what material we've got. Well, we've got tin here, but that's not enough. What thickness is this? It's annoying, the thought of having to drill holes in a shim to accommodate there. See, this is way over. This is 1.2. 1.2 on top of their shim is going to be too much. Unless I can get this thinner one and find it. Oh, that's even bigger. Nice. That's some tin. That's quite cool. We got some. I've just discovered basically this is probably the worst possible storage for my shim materials. I think I'm going to abandon this stupid device that I built over here, and I can't actually see what I'm digging around for, which is a bit silly. We've got loads of black plastic, which right now I don't want. We've got some really chunky copper. More really chunky copper. Come on, fellas. Didn't have copper, maybe, I don't know. Right, look, I'm going to reposition all of that. All of that shim material nonsense. So what have we got? Oh, I'm cold. We've got this stuff here, which is the same as that stuff, is it? Let's just check. Yeah, okay, same stuff. So, if I were to raise it all, raise the game with a piece of this, what would I be doing? Oh my lordy. I would need to put their shim back in first, which is, what did I say, it was a millimetre. But then I would need to put this across there, which would raise that end, but there would still be a tiny air gap at that point, but that doesn't matter so much. Blimey. Okay, let's get a snip on this, and then I'll do a drill. But I'm going to have to over drill the holes quite large, which is quite difficult to do on a small piece of copper like this. Either verging on the impossible. So let's say there's a, sorry, I can't see that very well. This is a very odd construction. So I'm thinking if we can go that plus that, we've preserved the original shim to balance it, and then we're lifting the whole arrangement up by another 0.7, which should give us plenty of room. But like I said, to do this, I'm going to have to line up somehow, line up some holes on here, and copper can be really difficult to drill holes in small shapes. So to try and help the process, I'm going to put on a bit of tape on top of what's already here. Just tear it off at the end so we don't go too far with it. I just needed to do this so I can approximately, roughly draw the holes, or where the hole should be, onto it. Okay, so the big bit at that end, guesstimate. Let's get a pencil thing. Okay, so problem is there's no real reference points in here, because if I push right to the back, that's not going to work. So let's make a reference point mark on here. There's the middle point, or a notional middle point. Just put this either side and mark the inside of the thing, if I can. Well, if I can, it's independent of what I do with this. So first of all, line it up. Come on. See, there's even an edge on here, but that's what there's a basically, I'm going to draw on this. There is basically a sinkhole down in this corner here. Oh, I'm not going to draw on it, but there's a hole down here. But there's also a raise point right on the edge here. So the neck is currently sitting on that edge and then sitting on the cardboard here. So my shim, to make it work, to raise this edge, has to really go as far as that edge, which it could do. Lorks. Oh, I don't know. Do you know what? I'm struggling for a good idea with this. Maybe it's only going to work if I get right the way across, and then maybe cut a little shape into it. Somebody asked on the Reloved Guitars Facebook page today about doing a shim on a vintage V7, which is a sort of a 7-string beastie, and it was interesting. They had the same problem basically. The fingerboard wasn't coming up far enough to meet the strings, even with the bridge set on its lowest level, and the bridge was a kind of tunematic affair. And of course, tunematic bridges stand higher than Strat style bridges, and in order to get them to get the strings, the fingerboard up to meet the strings that sit on a tunematic bridge, you really do have to either build the guitar with an angle in the pocket, or you have to shim it. And the guitar clearly had. So right, so that's, sorry, I'll finish my sentence. The guitar clearly had, you could see the angle that it had in there already, but it wasn't enough. So he was going to have to shim it, and it was clear that it was going to end up with quite an extreme angle, which looked really odd for a guitar like that. But okay, so there's my shim that covers all things. Now, in a way, that's still going downhill, so we still need, underneath this metal piece, we still need to have our cardboard shim. That's the dimensions. I mean, it doesn't have to be cardboard. I could replace it with something else, because I know that it's, what is it? It's just a tad over 1 millimetre, so I could probably get away with 1 millimetre and by the time it's under pressure it'll probably be a millimetre. So a millimetre of copper or something would do the job on top of what I'm putting under there now, and the whole thing will give the whole lot quite a big lift. So I'm just question is, why would we want to? Well, is it just easier? The trouble is, if we did, we'd also then have to drill through a second piece of copper, and it probably would only make sense if I attached it directly to the end. Like, well, where's it sitting? They had it sitting like this, so I'd sort of need to replicate that deal, and I suppose that would give me one of the holes marked out nicely. So if I did that and that, and cut to the inside. Oh, let's put that back on there and mark the hole. We'll cut to the inside of that black line to give me actually quite a way to the inside of that black line when I look at it. And through there is the drill hole, if we can safely drill through that with enough room to get the neck bolt through, which is the consideration we've got to keep in mind. Okay. So as you can see, what I'm trying to do is replicate what was already there in such a way that we can just do the two things. Now, of course, if it was just a matter of chucking that in there on top of that, then we'd probably have enough to be going with. But of course, we've got the holes to deal with, which currently we don't know anything about. So the first thing to do would be to drill the hole in this one. Now, I'm not going to, I don't think I'm going to, in fact I know I'm not going to use the pillar drill for this, because the pillar drill can seem to get crazy. It tends to have so much more force in it, and it carries a real risk of flinging the piece around on you. Trouble with this is that the holes we're going to need to put in here have to be big enough to let the neck bolt through, so I'm going to have to try and do a fairly chunky hole to begin with. And obviously it would help me to have a bit of timber to go through. Now in the past, I'll just move you back a second. Let me just, I need that there, so I will keep that there. I'll just move things a little bit. In the past I've used some tape, some Gorilla Tape actually, to hold this fella down, and it could be worth having another go with that. A bit difficult to make it behave, but so I can see my mark. I don't use all of that. Do save on tape. So I'm gonna just give myself a bit of a sort of a helping hand here, because the last thing I want is a piece of sharp copper whizzing around in my fingers, because that really will hurt. So I'm going to try with this hand drill. I don't know the exact quality of this bit I've got in there, but I'm going to give it a whack first of all with a punch on the centre of the hole that I'm working on, which is quite a big whack. There's no harm in that. Plenty to sort of sit into, and then there we go. Okay, so we're through. Potentially we could, if I could find a slightly larger metal bit, we could go through further, but actually the question is that big enough? Let's get one of these fellas. I would suggest no, we need a little bit of a larger size, so let's take a quick look in the department. I think that's the biggest. Oh no, maybe this one. Mind you, it's not that much different, but we can give it another go. Pretty much the same. Let me just take a quick look in here. Got about 1 trillion drill bits in here. I'll have to just quickly excuse me, decant them for the moment. Now this is a pretty big one. Maybe too big. Masonry, there. Wood, of course. A great friend of the wood drill. Here's another one right down the bottom. Let's have a look at this. Yeah, I think this will probably do it. Let's keep these out of the way in case. So what I'll do then is I'll overlay this one onto the other piece. Okay, so a quick check. Does this go through? Fractionally small. Okay, let's go one over. No, that's too big. It's going to be way too big. It will do it, but well, if I do it bigger, it will give me more leeway. But is it really the next size that I've got? I think it might. Oh no, wait a minute. You might be lucky. Yeah. One more size. Okay, we have our drilled bit. And our test shows that we just about get through. It's not a lot of leeway, but it goes through, providing we're accurate. Now the next thing is we know where this sits, don't we? That sits like that. Oh no, where does it sit? It sits like that. So the next bit we want to place, I'll just visually do it so I can see what I'm looking at. It'd be nice if I could just hold them together, but I can't. What I can do is I can probably draw a line which I can then recreate there and there, and I can draw a cross line there so I can see where it crosses over. Put that there and that there. So basically what I can do is as long as I line this up manually, I can basically turn it over and say, there's my hole, please. Make these two join up. This is top and this is underside, but for now it'll do as the bit to get going with. Now let's see if we can do it with a single drill bit. I don't think I'll get another go out of this tape. I think it's ready to go in the bin, but oh yeah, punch right in the middle of this if I can. Close enough. Spinning. Well, nearly there. Unfortunately the tape didn't hold long enough and my paper is all warmed up and come unstuck, but we're nearly there. So I just get a fresh bit of sticky stuff and try and hold it down one more time. Just squeeze it flat again. Through. Now the next bit is going to be a bit trickier because that's the underside, that's the top side, that's the underside, so that goes like that. Those two go together. Wow, it's probably going to have to be widened because I don't think I'm going to get these to sit accurately enough. Do I have a metal reaming thing? One of these, it might just work. Might not even go through there. Yeah, so just on the almost slightly too small side. Oh no, we're in just about. Copper being nice and soft might just do the trick. Save trying to shove a bigger drill by miles through it. Okay, yeah, we get a bit of a extra hole on that. Okay, so the idea is I'm going to try and match up these two pieces, possibly do it with a bit of resin, epoxy or something, shove those together until they're stuck together, and then come back and try and in some way or other line up the two pieces so that I can get the second hole drilled without any trouble. So I'm just going to make things as easy as possible by removing burr edge, so whatever I do they'll hang together a bit better. Get rid of this tang, or this leftover gunge. Okay, so that one foiled, this one. Right, all good fun. You can see the copper sticking to the this reamer thing. Very pretty. Okay, so that bit down there, like, come on, into the corner, darn you. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to snip the very corner of this. It's getting in the way. So that bit over the hole there, like that, filling the gap, which is good. This chap on top, which is cool. And then the next bit is, how do you manage to guess the following hole? And that is somewhat tricky, unless I manage to stick something in the hole. So have something sticking out. I've done it before with a little piece of, a little bit of cellulose paint sticking on a cocktail stick, believe it or not, which just sticks up and touches the underside of this, which is possible. We'll try that as a marker. Get a piece of masking tape. So you can see that what I'm doing here is, it would be simple enough to return it to its original form just by putting that paper one back in, but I've got to shim it in addition to that, or up beyond that. Wrong side. Yeah, so I've got to shim it beyond that, which means I've got to add another piece into an already uneven configuration, which is a bit weird. So I'm just going to trim this a tiny tad. Make these two things line up. That's just not quite fitting, so I'll take a tiny bit more. Okay, that's getting towards it. That's just about in. Move it forward a bit. That's nice. Okay, so now I need to put some tape on the underside of this to try and find some way of locating. I'll keep that drill bit out. We've got to locate basically where the other hole emerges. So for that purpose I'm going to see how deep this is. Full of gunge. Oh wow, that is pretty deep. So I'm going to mark the depth of this, and I'm going to cut off just slightly higher than that, because I want it to stick out. There you go, it's sticking up. And what I'm going to do in a minute is, on top of that, I'm going to put a little bit of lacquer, black lacquer, sort of just load the end of the thing. And I'm going to lower this down onto it so that the lacquer touches the paper. And where it touches the paper is the hole, is the location I can put the hole. Now even if it's not perfect, it will still work. So it's a kind of crude way of doing it. So there's my guide holes for these two. In fact, I could do the same sort of thing. I can shove a guide in here. If I put that through there, snip that off. I have to clear all of this out of the way in a minute. Okay, so when it comes to it, what I can do is I can locate this by putting that through there and sort of centralizing that, and then pressing that down on there to ensure that it touches the loaded, lacquer loaded thing. So a bit of lacquer of the black variety, hopefully. Again, another cocktail stick for the application. It's so handy. Now this is, I've done this before, but it's not very scientific, so if it works, it was sort of it's a little triumph for hey, thank you, dripping everywhere. It'll be a little triumph for bootstrap, or whatever they call it, belt and braces solutions. Right, let's just get this out of the way. It doesn't go up anything else. I've got a blob of raw loose lacquer going off there. I really prefer to wipe up before it gets in the way of anything else. Stabilize. Okay, so here's the fun bit. We have our guide thing, we have our test thing. Let's just stand this up. Let's just put that over there. Let's take that down to the bottom. Now let us, in the best way we can, lower. Whoops, that's gone too far to the side. But the point is, it's touched, and if we just drill from there, it'll work. That's the idea. Ta-da! Oh yeah! I so love it when being a human ape pays off, and you can actually make a little homemade tool to solve a problem. Thank you. Okay, so there we have our next hole. Da, 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 da. Such fun. So long-winded, such fun. Right, need some more of that there tape. I seem to be running a completely separate strip here, so Gorilla Tape, I swear by it, it's absolutely brilliant. It's not cheap, but it's bloody good. Stay flat. Okay, right. Here we go. Give us a hole. Don't spin. No, that's gone off to one side. That's not very good. After all of that, well, it'll do. It's not brilliant. Actually, it will do. It's not too bad. I'll extend it with the ringing thing. And it'll do just fine. Paper off. That's the underside, that's the top side. Top side has got the blue gungy papery stuff on it, just remember. Okay, so as I said, what I'd like to do is to stick these things, maybe super glue will do it, stick these things together so that I can place them down fairly accurately. Now I've kind of gone and reamed this a bit further than the other one, so this last one has a bit more wiggle room, but that's okay. We just need it. We need it to sit well clear of the screws. That's all we need. Okay, so let's get this out of the way. So what I'd probably be tempted to do, it would probably make most sense to glue these things together as a single unit first, or epoxy them together. I'm just going to try and flatten them out a second. Glue them together first, and while it's still wet, wiggle them around so that the holes line up where I know I want them to line up. And then once that's done, I can then put them into position once and for all. So it's a fiddly little thing, as you can see. And the truth is, we may do all of that, and it may suddenly turn out to be a bit higher than we want. So I'm not even convinced it'll be exactly the right lift that we get. Now I'm just having a quick search around for, thank you, right, I'll have that, and I'll have another stirrer, courtesy of the cocktail stick land. Right, so a little bit of this mix. Put a stop on it coming out straight afterwards. Cap it off, shove it out to the side. So, fast drying goop. So really all I'm looking to do here is to just connect these two together. So I don't want too much gloop. It's only needs to hold it a little bit. And actually, if I wanted to, I could probably do both operations at once. There's the first connection, and while it's soft, I can push that in there, gently move that one around, and have a good look. Push that one this way. Oops, it's gone too far. Again, so while it's what's the word? Soft. I can basically move everything around. Well, I can't that one now. That one doesn't want to play games anymore. I think I've just wasted the connection. Let's just load it a little bit more. Take the grit out. I don't need that. Okay. So I mean, the point is here, these two have to be lined up. That's the most important thing. If they aren't lined up, these two, then the screw's never going to get through that hole. So whatever else happens, this has to line up. Now I may have another bit of something that will hold these together perhaps a little bit better. Let's try one of these as a locating lug. Snip. Ouch! That wasn't very clever. And now I've lost the other one. There it is. What I could do is just to kind of aid this process a little bit. Actually, they don't need to be obviously that high, but they do need to be at least that high. While this is still, conscious this is still drying, and I still have the other stuff left over to use, I can poke those in there. Couple of little stilts. I can make sure this one drops on top of that one, and then I can sort of wiggle them until that one also drops on top of that one. So let's go with that side first. It's got to go on. Yeah. Hang on a minute, what's going on here? What's going on here? That was like that. And that was like, wait a minute, what? Alright. No! What have I done? I'm such a plonker. It's the other way around. It's that and that. Right, let me clean these off. I put them together in the wrong order. That's why it wasn't quite lining up. This is why I get very sticky. So, note to self, at this point, do not be handling the guitar body. Now it's starting to get things sticking to it, of course. So we wanted that one down first, and that one goes in that corner comme ça. And then this one goes on top of there. Try it again, Samuel. Okay, that was the top, and that was also the top. you know what, I'm completely, I was right. That's what's nice about these videos. You see all these screw-ups in full Technicolor. Okay, it's only a bit of goo. Alright, so that is the correct position for that. That's right. So we want that one down first. Okay. And then we want this little fella on top, and we're going to give it a bit of that, and then it has to come across and lie on there like that. Thank you. Right, let's make this simpler. Let's lift that up. No, I better take it off. Okay, so I'll apply a bit of the goo to the underside of there, which is what I did in the first place. Then I place this down, careful, down on both. Down on both. It's really hard to do. Down on both. Okay, now I can wiggle them gently into the best orientation that will allow those screws to go through. That's what I meant to do in the first instant. There we go. So there's my temporary arrangement, and actually, I mean, I will put a tiny tap of resin underneath these when they've dried, and I'm going to try and get them to just seat as best they can. It probably would be better if I could press that down as well. Not sure I've got enough stuff to do it, but that will keep those in the right place, and then I'll use a tiny bit of resin to tamp the underside. Just kind of fix it to the wood, and then we should be all right to go through and try it out for height. But you know, that's what sort of length you've got to go to, really. What have I got as a throwaway cloth? Something that's really filthy. That'll do. Okay. Wow. So nothing simple. So now I can let that set for a minute, and then I'll put it together, and I'm going to see if I've achieved the right amount of lift. There is a mathematical calculation you can do that will tell you whether you've got that correct or not. Excuse me, but I don't know what it is, and I just tend to do it by feel and having done it before, and I can tend to tell when it needs a millimetre or half a millimetre. And the aim of this, as I mentioned before, is to bring the fingerboard up to meet the neck in such a way that we end up with this bridge saddles raised up a fair bit. So we're not just trying to raise it enough to reach the required action. We want to raise it enough to reach the required action with the saddles kind of in the middle, or actually not in the middle even, maybe more towards the top of their run, because that way you get a much more comfortable experience. And there goes my dad again. Hey, it's another day, another Skype call. Right, I'll go off while this dries, and I'll come back when we put the neck on. So see you in a minute. There was a bit of a jump in time there, because oh heck, I better move these out of the way. Jump in time because my pa rang on Skype, and I answered, which is rare because I'm usually too busy filming and whatnot. Anyway, I answered, and an hour later I'm back. But meanwhile, while I was Skyping, I carried on doing this. So just going to update you, didn't see some of it. I put in the copper shims, drilled holes in them as you saw. I put them in, and I threaded through the screws and pulled it into place and let it kind of set in place. Now what I got is a good action with the bridge saddles, pretty much not at the top but near the top. It gives you no scratch on your hand when you come to palm mute, which is nice. And it's a very low action here. What I noticed in doing that is that the mess, the pocket in here is a mess from the factory. And what I also noticed was that the positioning of the strings the neck was a lot of movement in the neck. Now originally it had been locked in place, but it really needed a shim, so I put a little plastic shim in the side here which keeps it in line, which has improved it. My concerns about the nut weren't founded. It was just the right height, and I was able to set. What I've done is a 0.25mm action. Given that some of Ed's settings there were originally 0.1, 0.25 is quite a step up, but it's definitely in the nice, light, comfortable, easy to play action zone, and it's exactly how it should be for a guitar like this. The 0.1, in my opinion, was way too low, and it's not going to give good results. So what we've got now, we're in the stage now where I'm kind of comfortable with the settings, and it's a bit of a harder job. I expected this one to be easy, but it's a little bit harder because of the surprising condition of the pocket under there, and it really is a factory mess under there actually, necessitating a 1mm shim, which is quite unusual out of a factory in my experience. I mean, they often have little, very thin, probably 1/3 of a mil at most shims for little tiny adjustments, but this one was quite substantial, and it's because the pocket was substantially uneven, and that presented some interesting challenges. I could cut another piece or replace that cardboard, but to raise the whole lot up even more to get it to contact the strings as we wanted to do required kind of reproducing the cardboard thing in copper, drilling through that, fixing that to another piece, and making sure the other piece hit the other kind of shelf on the other side of it's not a good look under there. One of the things that I would be tempted to do in another time or in future, and I don't have a very runny runny resin, but actually if you do have that situation, it almost makes sense to mix up some very runny resin, stabilize the body on a horizontal surface, as long as there's no neck angle in this, and there isn't on a Strat. Put the body on a flat surface with your spirit level and whatnot, and actually pour in enough very low viscosity resin, usually a 2-pack mix, but pour in your watery resin into that uneven space and let it find its own level, just at the level of the highest island, if you like, in this swimming bath in here. And what you'll find is it's a good way of bulking out the mess they've made. I mean, there literally are sort of holes. There's like a mill pond in there, dent, and that's why it needed that 1mm shim on this one side. So we had to kind of recreate that to keep it straight, but then we also had to lift the whole lot up again, which required shimming both sides of it. But even the other side wasn't really amenable to that, so I had to have a plank that went all the way across. Anyway, so that's what a bit of crappy manufacturing can do for you. I mean, these things play really nicely, but look under the covers, sometimes it's a bit of a mess. Okay, so what I'm seeing now with this is we're at the stage where I've got the action I want here, I've got the action I want down here. It's nice and low. It's 1.5, barely 1.5mm on the last fret. It's about 1mm on the first fret. What we get out of that on this guitar with these new frets, I'm really pleased with it because it shows how good a fret job it was. We get every note, nearly every note, and playing just tiny little chokings, and again at 1mm it's incredibly low. So everything plays. What it doesn't do is bend. So the next stage will be a fret level, whose aim will be to make this action play the way we want it. So it's a standard procedure from here onwards, which involves, as you've probably seen plenty of times before, it involves dropping off all the strings, which are still doing good service as sacrificial strings, by the way. We'll drop these all off. Ed, for your information, all the nut slots on this nut have been cut leaning backwards, so that if I don't, I probably will still shape the back of the nut, but if I didn't, and if you saw this as it currently is, it appears to be, because it's switched round to the right-handed nut, sorry, left-handed nut. Supplier sent me the load of the wrong ones and it's too long to send them back to China. Anyway, the bit that matters is all the nut slots themselves tilt backwards at an angle, so that the string leaves the highest point of the nut, which it still does. It just might if you looked at it now, it might look a little bit odd because the top surface of the nut appears to be tilting forwards, which is the opposite to what the actual slots themselves are doing. Anyway, it's just a visual thing, but it's hardly shows. I probably will just sand backwards a little bit. Now what I'm doing here is I'm just painting up the frets to give them a coating of marker pen to allow me to see what's happening with the fret level. And now I want to just replace all the strings and tighten them up back up to tuned pitch or close to, bearing in mind that they will need a little bit of stretching out to get them right. I'll just take a note off here, and then I'm going to put some fresh sandpaper on my fret leveling truss rod. Let's give these a quick bit of pull. The importance of the tuning at this point isn't precision tuning. The importance is mainly loading the neck close to how we will have it. And these are 9s that are on here, and I'm going to restring with hybrid 9s. Now I'm going to stop filming in a minute. So a little bit of nitro spraying to do, and so I'll get the first bit of the leveling done, and then when I've done that, I'll stop and do some spraying, because we've got quite a wrong truss rod. We've got a fairly relatively unhumid day happening here, so it's probably a good day for doing this last little bit of spray that I need to do on Malcolm's Avon neck. I've been waiting for ages for an appropriate day, but I'm watching my newly acquired humidity reader, and it's the temperature in here at the moment, according to that, 14 degrees C, and as well as that, it's running at 59% humidity, and it'll probably give it another 20 minutes. It'll probably go down to about 55, which will be a fairly good level to do it at, and then keep it in here while it dries a bit, and possibly take it indoors for the rest of the curing process. But it's been waiting for ages to do it, so I will stop at some point and get straight on into that. Now where is my, here it is. Okay, so I'm going to get my 400 grit stuff out. I'm going to just slice down a strip long enough, or try and keep it thin as possible without wasting any, trying to waste as little of the stuff as possible. Enough, whoops, that went walking at the end, but that's okay. Put that back. So we're going to 400 grit fret level, and really, since all the notes pretty much play, this is clearing up those last few notes and then focusing on making sure it bends the strings at the action that we've chosen. And it shouldn't be too hard, because it is a 12 inch radius, which tends to be, this isn't pulling the sticky tape off, tends to be a little bit easier to bend, as I mentioned earlier, than a 9.5 or a 7.25 radius. Anyway, just slam that on, and then we're going to use the blade to cut off the excess. Chop the rest. Okay, so I think I'm going to at most do 2 guitars from every fresh piece of, oops, that missed the tape, every fresh piece of sandpaper. I'm going to do 2 and then change, because I think it's so little an expense relative to the, you know, the importance of the job it's doing. It seems silly to leave the ends slightly worn while the mid part, let's say, has got a bit more bite to it, and then you're not going to get exactly the same kind of accurate job. Okay, so there's a nice fresh set of paper, and we're going to do the usual thing. The neck is overnight has just curved a little bit more, so we've got enough relief in there. It's not too much, not too little, so it's just about right. So we're going to work with what we've got there, and we're going to do the old, put our little 3 brass feet and get our little plastic string spreader, rubber string spreader. So as always, I'm going to start with the E track, as I call it, on this 12-inch radius, and I need my Allen key for adjustments. I'm going to start with, I have to remember to do this each time, I'm going to take this back to flat. I'm going to check if it's flat. Sometimes it can, you know, if I press it down or bend it, it can end up bent, and it's good to just recheck it for straightness at its default setting every now and then. And then we can go back to adjusting it with the Allen key. One of the, I think actually, let's just going to do something a minute. Let me just rest that there. Just going to set a timer going over here. I need to know when another 20 minutes is up, when I'll do some spraying. Come on. Clock thing, alarm, timer, stopwatch, timer, alarm. Okay, alarm then. On. It's 14:20. Let's go to 14:40. Right, 14:40. Save. Thank you. Right. Okay, still a bit more to do. Yeah, it's been quite a revelation on this guitar. Now what I'm doing is I'm going to do the fret leveling based on the guitar hard-tailed at its ideal action. And what's going to happen then is once I've got that fret leveling done, we can forget the fret leveling part. It will all be nicely, we know it will be levelled. We know it will be levelled whenever the strings are on and the neck's under that same loading with the same basic action. Now the truth is, some people will say, yeah, but hang on, you're going to set up a floating tremolo on this guitar, and I am. But basically, the point of the floating tremolo is, even when we've got it floating, I'm going to take the action back down to the 1.5 millimeters. So I could either set the floating tremolo now, in which case I would have lowered these doofers, saddles, down to give me 1 millimeter and 1.5, in which case it would look and feel and work exactly as I'm doing now. Or we can set it to 1.5 now, set the fret leveling, and then do the adjustment, set the floating trem later, at which point we'll need to adjust the action down because the trem will tip up. Anyway, so here we go. We know most of the notes play. All we know is that they're a little bit choked when we bend them, so we have a little bit of fine tuning to do on the fret leveling, which is absolutely cool. Now a little bit of work, and then I stop and see what's actually happening with the cutting. And actually it's cutting only at the ends at the moment and missing the middle. So my alarm thing always goes off and says, double check your calibration at this point, don't assume you got it right. That's a symptom, a possible symptom of the rod being not curved enough, even though it felt like it was. So I'm going to just double check it, and if it isn't curved enough, I'm going to add to the curvature of the rod. Now I'm just doing it again, and this is telling me it's telling me that it is curved enough. So I'm going to take its word for it, and I'll do a little bit more and see what happens. Because that means if this is calibrated correctly, then it tells us those first and last frets just happen to be a little bit higher than the others. And it's only a little fractional bit, and now it's starting to graze the top of these, so it's a very small amount. And I'm just going to take the tool at its word, because the tool is kind of manifesting the principles of basic physics. It's not trying to trick me. So I'm going to go all the way to the end, and I can see it's touched the middle bits now, so it didn't take long to get down to there. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to check the playing of all the notes. Tiny little bit more needed, and it's just clustering at that end, so it feels like it's doing the right work. It's freed up notes compared to what we heard before we started the process, and that's all we're looking to do. You know, as I said many times before, there's almost no way you're ever going to get a perfectly level set of frets as laid. It's kind of impossible. It's just there's so many tiny variations, and the amounts of distance we're talking, or the measurements are so tiny. Pretty close actually. I'm going to stop there for a minute, and I'm going to move on to the second one, which I always do at the same truss rod setting as the first one. So we just move on, and obviously at this point now, once I've got all of I'm confident all of these individual notes play up the B string perfectly well, then I'm able to start bending the E string a little bit. And what we want is we really want to know that it's playing cleanly without choking as we bend it across, at least into the B area, the B track. We don't expect it to to play perfectly in the G track, because we haven't got there yet. So tiny little bit there. Okay, it's pointing out there's a bit of oh, it's jumped out of its slot. Choking at that end, so it's choking in the B slot, so we're going to need a little bit more work, and I'm going to do a little bit more work on the E as well to kind of keep it in line with the B. So it's this top end that needs a little bit of extra attention, which I'll give it in both the E and the B track. So I'm just going to sort of look at it while I'm doing it, so I'm not really pressing that much more. I'm just kind of concentrating on it, because that's where I know it needs a little bit of work. Okay, well, at least in that way it's freed up the notes, the individual notes, very well. And again, we know it's got a little bit of choking on the bends right up here, so we'll again pay a bit more attention to the very far end and make it in keeping with the amount of work we've done on the E slot. Okay, that sounds about right, feels about right, you never know. So first of all, we want all the notes to play. It's almost there. I'm going to do a little tiny bit more on both again, because they're on the same setting, and I want them to both kind of go down around about the same amount, just so that there's not a step off from the B to the E, really. That's what we don't want. Just bearing in mind that it's the B track that's the one that needs a little bit of push just to get these last few frets. Sometimes that's what you kind of get when you're working with any bolt-on or fixed neck guitar, because by definition this end of the guitar, where it's either bolted or glued to the body, it tends to be a little stiffer than everywhere else, and so the neck doesn't respond to the truss rod adjustment as well. It can end up feeling a little flat and cause and interrupt the frets. So again, I'm working at a really low action. So what I might well do, so I just double check the action here. If I take as much as I'd like to take off in terms of metal for now, and yet the action is still a little bit choky, and I look at what it is, and it's about on 1mm. So we can leave it for now, and if it, by the time we've polished it all out, if it's still choking off, we can then reconsider and either do a tiny raise of the action, or if necessary go back and do it again. I'm just looking at the amount that it's done, and it's actually not taken that much off all told. So what I'll do, let me just double recalibrate this, and I'll have one more go on the B track before we move on to the G. But yeah, it's a, yeah, see, like it's just undone its shape a little bit, so I'm just going to put some more bend into it. That's what can happen. It's, you know, the truss rod is liable to kind of change its shape a tiny little bit, and you have to keep checking it. So I'm just going to run this recalibrated one into the B track and just let it sort of resettle into that profile, or sorry, that relief curve that I've just given it, and then with a bit of luck that will kind of even out and give us close to what we need to bend those notes. And at that point, if it's not quite enough, I'll stop and we'll move on and come back and see where we are. But that'll do. So you can see the dust kicking up, watching my timer. So I recalibrate now to work on the G track, and often as the case you might find it takes less work with the truss rod as we go further into it. What we'll also expect to find is, or can find, is that the relief curve and the neck changes. In this case it hasn't onto the G track, so we can just carry straight on. But I constantly recalibrate it so that if it does, we can just retweak it and match it to the curve exactly. I have to move a few things around in the shed to get this bit of spraying done in a minute, and put on my mask. Hopefully will save me. I've got one on my mask already. Have I already got the... No, yes, no, different mask. On my other mask, I've got, yeah, I've already got some filters on there. I've got a spare set. What? Drew, good stuff, good. Yeah, Drew's Thomas Blug Stratocaster appeared via Parcel Force a little bit early on, and just had a quick look to check that it's all good in one piece, and it looks intact. Good. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to go through all of these and then come back and have another look at them at the end. One of the things I've noticed in my own method is that I wimp out a bit early on some, and what it's been doing in recent setups is it's kind of cost me the need to do a second leveling on it. Now, there's nothing wrong with that. I suppose it, you could, on one hand you could say, well look, it's erring on the side of caution. The problem with that for me is, of course, it takes up a lot of time, and it's not a very profitable use of time to do it once, go through the whole polishing process, try it out, go, no, it's not quite right, it's not playing at the action quite right at the action I want, or there's there's still a couple of bends choking which I don't like, and then go back through and do it all again. And that, in a way, that's, as you can tell, obviously it doesn't take a rocket scientist to know that's an unprofitable way of doing it. So with that in mind, what I'm going to do is instead of just getting to the end of this and going on to the next bit, I'm going to go back and just push a little bit further than I normally would, so that I only have to do this once. And I think the caution comes, as it did with Sean, who came down to visit the other day, having got so far into following my ebook setup process. Okay, now this is now the relief curve on this side now is just shallowing out a bit, so I just need to unwind a tiny bit of the curve out of here. Yeah, Sean came down because he'd got so far into it, and having not seen the way that the tool cuts before, and it was a very first time, and he was doing it on a very precious, or to him, very very nice quality Epiphone Les Paul. He sort of looked at the cutting on these high frets and the dust coming off like this, and understandably stopped and got in touch and said, can I bring it down and would you have a look and see if I'm going in the right direction? And actually, there were a couple of things that he'd done which was really great, because we sort of tracked it through together, and I did another setup, and he saw, by watching, we could both work out where he'd got to. And it taught me some useful things too, and one of them was that I could see that that the sight of the cutting metal had kind of unnerved him a little bit, and he'd stopped before getting to a level that would allow the notes to play the way he wanted. The other thing is, I think he could see that compared to what I was doing, he'd put more pressure in the rod, and I think it kind of deformed it a little bit as he was doing it, so he would have got there eventually, but it made it a little bit harder. A little bit there, a little bit more, see? So anyway, it was really good for both of us to have that experience of learning a bit more about it, and a couple of other things about using the three-sided tool, three-sided file for doing the fret crowning, which is very hard to describe even with lots of photographs, and he was able to see me using it and could see that in a way he'd been using more force and I was using more repetitive light movements, and so that was a good kind of piece of learning for him, and also showed me that it's very difficult to describe that in an ebook. Although I do have video showing it, and I'm not sure he'd seen the video or looked closely at that bit. But anyway, so having experienced that and having thought about the number of times I've done, I think probably twice in the last month I've done a double fret level because I'm not quite getting to where I needed to get to the first time. And then really thinking about what it was that accounted for that. It makes sense to just check my progress a bit when we get to it, and I go back. Oh, that thing does that sometimes, it tips over. To go back and just double check it and have another go, because actually when I look at it, there isn't that much material taken off these frets at all, because they are a very good refret by any standards. It's just that sort of nervousness of not wanting to go too far, but the whole point is I don't want to raise the action, I want to stick with this, doing what I say on the tin, which is making the frets comply with the playing action that we've chosen to go with, and that's what I will do. And actually none of these tops at the moment are more than 1mm wide, and actually, you know, if necessary you can go quite a bit more than that. So my alarm's going to go off any second now, and tiny bit more on there. The alarm's going to go, and I'm going to recheck the calibration too. Yeah, so I'm going to go and do a little bit of that stuff, whatever it is, nitro. I've since got a bit more comfortable using rub-on poly, even for a whole neck, and I'd probably, if given the time again, I'd probably use that. But come on, give me a piece of wire or something that I can use. Come along, that'll do. Yeah, I'll probably use that now, but I've already started the bulk of this neck in that stuff, nitro, so I'm going to have to finish it in nitro, really. And then we can move on to getting it completed, which is kind of a bit overdue thanks to waiting for the right conditions. I'm not having a booth that I can easily create those conditions in. Okay, so I've attacked that with a bit more gusto. And what are we on here? I think we might be on as low as 1mm. Yeah, we're on 1mm, which is a bit mad. I'm going to stop there because I don't think we need to go as low as 1mm. That should be more like 1.5, but I'll go up a tiny fraction when the time is right, and we'll clear that. So just going back, normally I would move on and reprofile, but we've got a tiny choke, and this is, remember the space, this is the G track, between the G and the B track, so I'm going to recalibrate on the B and the G and do those both a little bit more. Nervous though I am, I want to free this up before I move to the next bit and not tell myself that I'll change the, well, not on this end anyway. 1mm at the treble end is not a bad target, and I really don't want to be compromising on that, because I know it can be done, especially on a 12-inch radius. So it's just a matter of steeling my nerves. What am I doing? I don't want to do the E track, I want to do the B. Yeah, I don't want to compromise, so I'll steal my nerves and just do a little bit more into this top end on the B track. You know, knowing that these are brand new jumbo frets and there's a lot of material to work with, I don't have to be totally nervous about doing this. Okay, there's my spray alarm. Okay, so I'm going to let it ring a minute. Let's just do a quick bend on the E and see if we've improved that. Nearly, but we're going across into the G as well, so I'm going to hang this up and just I'm going to write down we've got the G track to do again. Alright, this will go. Get this out of the way, stop the damned alarm. Thank you, alarm, stop. Good, alarm, stop. Just put it out of the way. I'm going to stop the camera and go and do some spray. I am busy with doing a bit of the old spraying malarkey. Luke, Obi-Wan Kenobi never told you what happened to your father. He told me you killed him. No, Luke. I am your father. Right, so anyway, done. I did a bit of extra in the B slot and the B and the G, and so I'm finished with the fret levelings. We've got all the notes playing nicely away, and I'm in between layers of lacquer and I'm boiling now. Temperature is 30
17 degrees in here according to that, which is pretty boiling for a shed, and 57 humidity, and I've got a couple more layers to go and we'll be done. And then once it's kind of had a bit of time to set or relax or whatever it does, I'm going to throw open the doors and get some fresh air in. So for a while these strings, and I'm just sort of keeping going on this one even though you can't hear me very well. So hot, especially with a mask on, everything starts to get a bit prickly heat-ish. Right, okay, here we have good bay old strings. Now you can see all the dust on the fingerboard. So she's ready to go, well, ready to get the recrowning part. And in advance of that, I'm just going to brush off some of the dust here. Just so it's a little bit out of the way. Then I'm going to mark up the fret again, ready for the recrown, or the reprofiling I call it. Others call it recrowning, but you don't really touch the top, so reprofiling is probably more accurate. We're reshaping the fret. Okay, jumbos. So I'm going to put away my leveling kit out of the way, and get my jumbo recrowning file and do the thing with it, which is that. And you know, the fact that it's doing quite quickly is because it hasn't taken as much as it looked like off the fret. It just looks ravaging. Hardly any on these, you see. Probably be more, obviously more down the end here. Oh, boiling! David in the US sent me an email yesterday saying he'd subscribed to the YouTube channel, and could I help him and others out by doing a video showing how to string the guitar, which I'll do on this one. The reason it's silly, but the reason I don't do a separate one about stringing is because I'm kind of making part of the content that goes with the ebook I've produced is shorter videos dealing with those subjects more directly, and then that's part of the content I'm selling. It's a bit difficult to go and make a video dealing with those things just one after another independently. So you can find it on these videos towards the end all the time. I always talk about how I do it, and I will do on this one. But it doesn't make sense for me to go into, just endlessly into detail when it's part of the stuff I'm giving away with the ebook or selling with the ebook. Okay, that's that bit done. I'm just going to step over here and do one more drop of glue. I think it only probably needs one more, and then we can get on and finish that one. It's got the tiniest amount of blooming on it. This is not even blooming, it's just a tiny bit of moisture in the air still. Compared to Arizona, loose. My real intention is to build up, I mostly need to build up layers on the side. That's where it needs most. Obviously I want to do it in a way that puts on some bulk, but I don't really want to end up with it dripping off everywhere. Okay, I think that's all I'm going to do on this neck. So I'm going to step out of the room for a bit, let it just dry for a second, and I'll come back in and we'll carry on with Ed's doofler. And the next bit for this will be the process of, well, I'll do it off camera, I'll just mask it all off, get it ready for the polishing out. And then we're into trying it out, and then after that, nearer the end, we're going to do the tremolo setting. And then finally, after all of that, the intonation. I could do the intonation before the tremolo actually, and then the intonation. Okay, see you in a minute.
Okay, so we whiz back to an amazing leap forward in time to the finished article, and reinstalled the frets polished, shined, and all the rest of that sort of stuff. And what I'm going to do is, now we're nearly ready to put the stringers on, I'm going to just ignore that one. I'm going to use a corner of this here towel rag thing to give this a breath of fresh oil, just to kind of rehydrate, quote unquote. Now I think what I'll probably do is I'll let this sink in for a minute and then I'll do it again, because very often on the first oiling after a good refret and clean, the neck's still sort of drinking it up because it's been hit with the solvent, petroleum ether stuff, or naphtha, whatever we call it. It's had a couple of doses of that along the way, and so it's going to be lacking its oils a bit. So this is probably going to soak up and disappear very, very quickly. But you can see it benefits from it. It looks good. So I've got my set of strings here, and obviously the first step of this now is to put these strings on and try this guitar out to get the action and the setup perfect, with including the intonation. Excuse me, for the hard tail as we've got it. And then the next bit will be to go into the next bit, which will be set the tremolo, and the tremolo arm is here. So, but I won't do that just yet. I want to get this thing, check this thing out fully so that it's playing happily and well, and make sure that everything else about it is good. So I just had a 5 minutes in the house. Well, I took care of a few things. One of them was to unpack Drew's vintage Thomas Blug signature Strat, which is kind of souped up version of this, with some distressing or relicking done on it. And it's a very interesting guitar. It's kind of, well, I didn't quite know how to describe it, but we'll see it on another video shortly. But it's yeah, very interesting. It's a bit like I described these pickups. They're almost hyper real, so they have that sort of sparkly, high dynamic range of tone, and they're almost, yeah, hyper real. It's like a little bit more stratty than stratty to the ear first time, and then once you sort of compare it to other things, then they sound a bit. I described it when I described. I tried to describe the Encore Blaster series, and which are again similar to this, and I think this slightly older version of the vintage V6. I think it shares a lot in common with the Blaster series. It's the same sort of weight. The finish feels very much the same, and the Blaster series has what were called Guitar Tech. I mean, made by JHS as well, but they had Guitar Tech branded pickups, which are clearly made in the same place as the Wilkinson stuff. And I find the pickups on here very similar to those. And when I played that guitar a while back, I described it as a sort of bubblegum guitar, and I didn't mean it in a bad way. It was just that, and I kind of meant it in the way I described it when I was reviewing these pickups the other day. And it's sort of a almost an over bright, sugary thing, and it's not technically as bright as some other pickups I compared it to, the more expensive iron gear type things. But bright, by what I mean by bright is a sort of, it has a almost over boosted shimmery top end to the trebles in it. And this is so subjective, so I'm a useless reviewer of pickups because I have no idea. It's a bit like trying to review wine, I suppose. Everybody, well, you can make the mistake of thinking you're an expert when in fact I think it's just really difficult to do anything other than try and be a bit poetic and paint your experiences with it and let people work it out from there. But yeah, so I would describe the pickups on the Thomas Blug and on this as both kind of suffering from that encore vintage JHS high dynamic range, slightly hyper real, almost saturated, oversaturated is what I mean, colour, a bit like watching a 1950s film in that beautiful oversaturated Technicolor. They're very pleasant, they're instantly pleasant, like in the same way as that, you know, watching North by Northwest with Cary Grant and whoever, the thingy, not Kim Novak, she died recently. Anyway, it's sort of hyper-real in that way, but not massively unpleasant, just odd, a little bit odd. And I was interested to play the Thomas Blug guitar just this morning because those were they were kind of the same, but it's almost like they had a Strat, a really completely Strat modelling algorithm thrown into the mix, so that every one of the positions, including the bridge position, sounded incredibly fluty and Hendrixy and Stratty, so that they were, you know, even the bridge position had that characteristic sound, which I don't hear very often in most Strat pickups. Maybe I'm not that experienced in it, but you know, the clean bit of most pickups that I've tried tend to be nice crisp cleans, and then you get down to the neck and you start to come across that sort of tubey, fluty sound that I'm trying to describe badly. Anyhow, the Thomas Blug version has that dialed in from the bridge pickup onwards, and again, I like the tone. I mean, but it is almost hyper real in the Strat spectrum. It's a bit like somebody coded something to be more Stratty than a Strat could ever be. You know, that's just my impression of it. Now the Thomas Blug guitar, I honestly don't like the relicking aspect of it, and it suffers from an overdose of yellow stain and I don't know, it's just not my thing. Too much vintage amber on the neck, on the headstock, and too much yellow dye on the scratch plate and the knobs and stuff. However, all together it's a joy to play, and it's more than the sum of its not terribly attractive parts in my book. That's just a personal preference, but it really is a joy to play, and it has a similar feel to the neck to the AV6 made by Vintage that I had, which was the incredibly heavy Laguna Blue thing. Mind myself to show you the stringing bit. Laguna Blue thing with 3 P90 pickups and a massive hardwood body, absolutely weighty. Now the Thomas Blug isn't even as heavy as that, because it's an Icon, it's like a Vintage Icon signature series, but it's not a dramatically different kind of guitar, which the AV series is. Anyway, so here we go. Look, so for those who want to see how I do stringing, here it is. Now this is slightly different, but I'm not using the Easy Lock component of these posts. I'm treating them completely as if they were ordinary one hole pickup posts, one hole posts. Now, the thing about the easy lock ones, they have a 90-degree turn, and I personally don't like to use it, only because I think it's a bit messier, and when you get down to the high ones you can be fooled into only doing one turn and it isn't enough to keep them on, and they will slip over time, or my experience is that they slip. So what I do is I push the string through the post, wherever your hole is, push the string through the post, and then I pull back a fret and a finger's worth. Now I know it's different, usually around the second fret, it's not scientific. And I start from there, and I start to wind the string at that point, and I let it go round and kink, and I hold the held string, and I then move up here and I do this finger gymnastics thing, and I keep the tension on it, but I hold it high enough so that the first time the loose string goes underneath, right, and then I pull the loose string up in the air, and this time I keep the string taut, but I move my finger up much closer, and I push the held string whilst holding the other bit with my finger, comme ça. I push that one under the loose string and let it go round until it catches up. Then, while it's still under tension, I just get it underneath the string tree if there is one, and then drop it into its nut slot. So for me that gives me a dependable and familiar amount of wind onto the post, and it's important not to have too much on there. If you have too little, the plain strings will slide off. If you have too much, all you're doing really is just storing up problems, because one of the biggest enemies of stable tuning is on your guitar is unreleased slack in your strings, and any loop of string round the post contains some unreleased slack in it, and the more you have, the more unreleased slack it is, so the longer it will take you to wring that stuff out. And so what we do to keep it stable is, there's a couple of components. One is you've got to make sure your strings are nicely and tidily kind of locked in this way, that little mechanism thing, that little trick I did there. So your job is to get the strings safely around the tuner post with as little extra as string as is necessary, and no more than is necessary. Then you have to spend quite some time, as I'm going to do now, wringing out all the slack in the strings, and that is, don't people keep saying to me, can't you just tune it up a tone and then leave it overnight? And yes, it will go flat, but you will not get out all the pent up slack in these strings, so you have to do it manually, and it has to be done under force. Once you've done that, which we'll do in a moment, once you've done that, then the next 50% of what dictates on how well your guitar stays in tune is the condition of the nut slots. Now you can see here I've done them already with the correct nut files, and actually I've done them oversized for the gauge that we're using, so there shouldn't be any sticking. However, if there is, what I'll do is, as we're stretching and tuning up, repeatedly stretching and tuning up, what will happen is you're going to hear the pinging, and that's what we're going to listen out for. And if it pings as we're doing not as we're doing the stretching, but as we're doing the tuning up after stretching, you'll be able to continue repeatedly listen out to see if the strings are catching in the nut slot. If they are, then we will take a little bit of sandpaper and a very fine blade to the sides of the slot, and we'll just widen it slightly with a little bit of 600 grit paper, and we do it whilst taking real care not to deepen the slot anymore, because we don't want to take it any further down, because we've achieved a nice, on this guitar, 0.25 of a millimetre over the first fret, and we want to keep that because that's how it's going to play the best it can. So the thing about this is you may well break a string once in a while, and it's usually the top E that will break. However, if you, like me, you buy rotor sound strings, and there will be a spare top E in every pack. Okay, so there's our first stretch, and I can be very straight with you and tell you you're going to need to do that 4 or 5 times before all the slack is going to be pulled out of the string. Right, so let's get our first tuning. We'll take it off here. It's not scientific. It's slightly flat anyway, but we'll just take that as a start. straighten up the string tree. Actually, what I'm going to do, I'm just do one little thing before I go any further. I'm going to dab a tiny bit of grease under these string, well, not that, I'm not, under these string trees, because very often you can spend a lot of time getting the whole thing done and beautifully stretched out, and there's no pinging anywhere, but you can get pinging and you think it's the nut slots when in fact it's the string trees, because they are just a bit of raw metal, actually quite crude metal, and all they do is the string bangs against the underside, the metal underside, so it doesn't hurt to give it a little bit of grease or whatever. Grease will stay there. If you put graphite on, it will fall off. So I'm putting a bit of grease under there just to kill off those pings. So if we hear pinging, we know it's from the nut, not the tree. Okay, there's our first tune-up. And I haven't done this one. Okay, so that was our first stretch, and then we resist the temptation to play the guitar, and we go into our second stretch, and we're taking care of as much as we can of the whole string length and the bit behind the nut. And you can see it hurts, well, I can tell you it hurts the fingers. You can buy plastic devices to do this, but my experience is they lack tactile feedback, and I find them much easier to break strings on them. Plus, to use them properly, what happens is they eventually wear the plastic, a big groove in the plastic where the string kind of cuts into it and eventually wear out. So my fingers don't, they recover amazingly. So remember, this is the, what is it, the second full stretch, and we expect to hear it detune substantially just from the basic start-up tuning that we had over there. Now I permit myself a sneaky little sneaky little strum, and then put it back. Then I'm going to do it again, pulling, stretching, two fingers stretching. Now each time I've tuned it up, you didn't hear any pinging noises from the nut slots. Sometimes people kind of get all into, they give each other advice in forums, and somebody says my nut slots are sticking and I can hear pinging noises, and somebody says chuck some nut sauce on there or chuck some graphite on there and you'll be fine. Actually the truth is you won't. And my experience is that that stuff never actually solves the problem, the basic problem. It will ease it, but it won't solve it, and it will come back and it will always be slightly at play. So if you have pinging slots, or if your guitar is not staying in tune, it's because it's almost one of the two things. It's either your nut slots are sticking, or you haven't done what I'm doing and wrung the slack out of the strings. Okay, so now we've done 3 stretches, and we kind of expect the thing to start to stabilise around now, but we can do a few other little stretches, and this is often where the E string breaks, but it's quite good to get a bit more of the a bit more of the slack out of it, pulling in a slightly different sort of direction from before. We expect it to be out of tune when we finish doing this, and then I'll go back to the tuner and retune it all. Okay, and basically we have to keep on doing this, listening for pings, which I don't think there are any.
ping at that end, which is not a major problem. We could lubricate those, but they're pretty smooth running. They're quite well. They're 45-degree angle at the moment. That's as much as I'd want them to be. But we've got them that high at the moment, so that we've got rid of the scratchy we call it grub screws. Okay, so again, I'm going to do another stretch in that boring old-fashioned. And you know, it's so easy to give up on this process, but if you do, you'd be amazed at how many months or even years the remaining slack will stick around in your strings and come out when you don't expect it. So for example, when Ed brought me this, I don't know how old these, I think they were fairly new strings, but when Ed brought me this guitar, the first thing I was able to do once he'd dropped it and I had a little play, any bend was sending it way out of tune, and it's only because of the slack in the strings at that point. So we're close. Okay. Little ping there, keep an ear on that. Beautiful, that is beautifully tuned. Right, so we're going to get some more detuning if we bend it, which I then recommend you do as well. I ran out of strength to do any more. Now I ping it again. Very close now. Steady. Right, we have achieved stability, ladies and gentlemen. Now, because there's no substantial pinging, I don't think that was a pinging, not the kind I'm talking about, because we've got it running smoothly and the strings are moving cleanly through the slots with no pinging at all, it means they're running smooth, they've got no problem in tuning from this end. But since we have it, I'm also going to add the final thing. And coming back to the point I was making, is I'm putting some graphite in here as an extra on a non-pinging set of strings. What I'm not doing is trying to fix pinging, catching strings. So this is a kind of an additional thing. It's a icing on top of the cake thing. So it really isn't about, you know, my rule of thumb is do not try and cure the pinging. So the rule is, if you've got pinging, you'll be out of tune all the time, I promise you. You'll never get it to stay in tune or tune up very easily. And you'll blame your tuners, and the truth is you don't need new tuners. It's never the tuners that are at fault, it's the nut slots. So if your guitar does ping, you guarantee your guitar won't stay in tune. You'll not enjoy playing it. You'll blame the tuners, you'll buy new tuners, but that won't really change much. And then you'll just stop playing it eventually. And you'll go and play one that happens to not do this. So this is the secret of staying in tune, basically. So I'm going to give these things just one more pull,
for now. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave this a day or two to settle, because I've got time. I've agreed with Ed for him to come pick it up next week, so I'm ahead of the game, and I'll leave it before I do the tremolo. Beautiful, there you go. That's all for now. Hope you enjoyed watching me. Oh, there's a bit of a do-up. I'm missing, yeah, I could do with replacing the, I won't do it just yet. Needs a little bit of a tightening up, but it probably needs the hole filling with no more nails so that it gets a better grip, because it's spinning and it looks like the screw thread is worn out. But there you go. Excuse me, an interesting job on this vintage V6. Actually, what kind of promised to be an easy job to begin with has turned out to be quite a challenge, due to all kinds of things like the positioning of the strings, the state of the pocket, and the need for a quite substantial shim to bring the action down. But now we've got it there, we're going to play it for a little while, let the neck settle, and the next stage will be to just set the tremolo into a floating position and stabilise that, and then we'll be ready for Ed to pick up next week. But there we are. But yeah, I mean, I can forget completely, this is a complete refret. I mean, they look beautiful, those frets. I'm more than happy with them. So okay, see you again at the next bit of this, and thanks for spending time watching. Well, okay, hi, Sam at Really Love Guitars here, and what I've got right here on the bench is Ed's vintage V6 Stratocaster, or S-style guitar by Vintage by JHS, John Hornby Skews. And just did a quick check, having had this sort of sit all night, sorry, just did a quick check, and there was a tad too much relief in it, so I've just dialed that out. Now, here's the fun part. Okay, what I'm looking for. What am I looking for? Oh yes, I'm looking for the tremolo. So what we're going to do is, our job is to set the tremolo on this in a floating way, and that's a really interesting process. And I kind of went back in time and revisited my notes, because every time I do this, I literally forget each time how to do it, and if I forget, then what I end up doing is going back to a sort of reverting back to a sort of half memory, and I kind of arrive there somehow or other, and it kind of works, but it's never the way I learned it the first time. So what I've done is I spent about an hour this morning looking back in time to find a picture I'd taken of the instructions, basically, of what to do, and I've got them on the wall here, and I will go through this and I'll sort of speak it out loud as I do it. Now, quite often when I've done this before, because each time I come back to it, I'm conscious that I don't really know what I'm doing. It's one of those things I prefer not to show me sort of thinking out loud and puzzling on camera. And there's another reason I haven't shown it, is because in a way the method that I use is a method taught online by an Italian luthier called Galeazzo Frudua, who's a great guitar luthier, a really smart guy, and a fantastic singer and musician. Makes his own guitars, but he also teaches all the kind of harmony parts to Beatles songs or any other kinds of songs, and he's very good at it. Now, I sort of didn't want to go into explaining or showing his method, because I felt that was a bit, if it's his intellectual property, because in a way it is a simple way he's devised to do it. Now the thing is, I kind of thought about it a lot this morning, and it was one of those moments where I had a bit of an insight into it, and I realised that the reason I didn't show it actually was really because I keep doing it, it works, but the truth is I get to the end of it and actually I don't know what I've done. And so I started to think about what other things in life do we do, and where you follow the instructions and at the end you've got the thing done, but you know, you're left with that strange sort of feeling like, well, it works, but if you ask me why I did this, that and the other, I couldn't tell you. And actually the truth is I don't know a lot else in my world that applies to, because if I'm working on a step in the setup or whatever, and you say, why are you, I don't know, let's say, why are you stop it, freeze frame it, and you go, why are you putting masking tape on those threads? And I'll go, well, because I'm about to do the sanding, and the sanding is liable to sanding and or the autosol polishing stage, or it's liable to scratch the woodwork, and I don't want to do that, so blah blah blah. And there's a reason why, and you can pinpoint when you talk about why you're doing the thing you're doing at that very moment, you know how it contributes to the end thing. And this process that Galeazzo Fretboard teaches doesn't do that, and maybe some people get it. I'm not criticising his method at all, or even how he shows it. But for me, it's something I kept following the steps. I wrote them down, followed the steps, or first of all I used his videos and I just kind of paused and followed the steps, and then I wrote it down and used the written down instructions several times in a row, and each time I came to the end and I couldn't tell you why I did what I did. All I know is that it ended up working. So anyway, this morning I decided I'm going to first of all spend time, invested nearly an hour going back through all of my photos in my iPhotos library, and I finally found the snapshot I took of the picture I took of where I'd written out the instructions direct from his video onto a big piece of cardboard, which I then kind of fell into disrepair in the bottom of the shed and was about to get thrown away when I took a picture. And so I found that again, printed it out. I've got it here, so I'll just show you it kind of in the flesh, dangling on the board as it is. Right, so there are the instructions, and he did kind of two videos, I think, at one point. There was how do you set the tremolo on a floating tremolo system, which was very, very useful, and I used that many times, particularly when setting up Squire standard series Telecasters, Stratcasters, which have 2-point floating tremolo system. And then he also did a video showing how to set the tremolo floating using the 6-screw system. And if you've ever watched his videos, you'll know when you're on his channel, because he calls a screwdriver a skew driver with his delightful Italian accented English. So I decided I'm going to do it this way, and I'm going to show it happening, and you can switch off and go to sleep if it's far too boring and slow, because it won't be quick, because I still have to make sense of it. But I did some thinking about it this morning and talked it through with Claire to do my best to work out what the hell are we doing, because I could just go through it now step by step, and you'd come to the end of it and you'd go, right, I better write down these steps, because I'll do it, you might want to do it yourself next time, and believe it or not, the steps will work, but you still won't know what the hell happened. So I'm trying to think now which is the best way. I think the best way is for me to say I'm going to do it, to do the steps without explaining too much, and then to go back and try and make sense at the end. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to prepare this bridge to work as a tremolo bridge, and we're going to aim to have it so that, well, first of all, there are a couple of things we can say. If you wanted to set your tremolo hard-tailed, either you block it with a piece of wood at the back so it can't move anywhere, or you set the spring so tightly, you pull the tremolo claw at the back so far into where it is here, into the wood, so that the strings are pulling really hard on this block, which means it pulls the back end of the tremolo plate onto the deck, and basically there's no movement, it's not going anywhere, it's effectively hard-tailed, but it's done with the springs. That's one way of setting a tremolo. Another way is to slack off the springs at the back just enough so that when we press the tremolo, it will allow the plate, the thing to pivot around these 6 screws, or 2 if you had the floating, the twin point. But we'll just talk about the 6 screw here. So if we slacken off the springs a bit, we get it comes forward. Now it's coming forward right now anyway, but it's a bit stiff because the springs really are rammed tight. But what we could do is we could keep on slacking the springs until we get to a point where this is still on the deck, so there's no backward movement, but it's actually a bit lighter. So then you imagine, you know, you hear somebody playing and they'll go, and that's your tremolo effect, right? So that's a downward only tremolo. And then of course the third option is we set it so that it sits floating, which means when you see it at rest, it probably looks a bit like this, with the strings held in a kind of inertia, whatever that word is, equilibrium, between the pull of the strings that way and the pull of the springs that way underneath. Now the two things, they're both pulling in the same direction, but one is trying to pivot around these central points. So if the strings win, the back end of this tilts up. If the springs win, the back end of this slams down. And to have a floating trim, you have to adjust it so that it sits, not only sits in that position under tension or in a kind of state of equilibrium, but you have to somehow get it so where it sits allows you some downward movement, so you get the bit, but also a finite and known range of backward movement until it hits the plate. Now that's the trick to do, because the first thing you know, if you've ever worked with one of these, is when the thing's hard-tailed, tuning up is dead easy, and you just go ping, 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 or follow 6 strings on another guitar, or start, or use a tuner or whatever. And tuning this one doesn't affect that one, and tuning that one doesn't affect that one, because they act independently, because the plate is effectively locked to the surface of the guitar. The minute this plate is free balanced in a state of equilibrium between the string tension and the spring tension, the minute you tighten this one up, what happens is it pulls a bit harder against the springs, microscopically pulls the plate that way, which slacks that string off. So suddenly every string you touch affects the tuning of the other one. And you can find yourself, if you don't know that in advance, you can find yourself chasing a tuning which seems to be getting tighter and tighter, and the tremolo plate's going further and further up. And it can be quite alarming. Actually, you can't really do that much damage, but to the uninitiated, it can seem both alarming and incredibly complicated. And actually, it isn't. Once you've done it a few times, even if you don't use this kind of smart method that Galeazzo Fredua kind of codified, even if you don't use that method, when you get a bit of experience, you can start to kind of get it, but it's not very scientific, and it's no good for showing someone else. So what's great about his method is it's at least codified into steps, but for me it needs one more part of it, which is understanding what the hell it is we just did. Okay, so because it's quite hard to bring out the instructions every time and sort of plod through like you're a newborn baby each time, which is effectively what happens when you don't know what it is you're doing. Okay, so I'm going to follow his instructions, and this is presented. I mean, you can go to his website, search on YouTube for 6 screw tremolo, setting a 6 screw Strat tremolo, and look for Galeazzo Fredua, and you'll find his methods there, and he presents them brilliantly, and all power to him. But if you want to kind of stick with this, feel free, and Ed, if this is your guitar, so it might interest you to see how it happens. So the first thing that the instruction says when you're setting a 6, this is quite a stiff, this is a Wilkinson, so it's got no screw. It doesn't really make any difference to the process, but it slots into this kind of sheathed hole here. So the first stage in this process, it says you've got to prepare, there's 2 stages. The first stage is preparing the 6 screw system, and the second stage is the exact same stage if you were doing this to a floating or a 2-point pivot. So in a way, what you do with the 6-point is you start by making it a 2-point. You kind of set the 2-point pivot, and the rest of the screws just kind of add a bit of strength. And then once you've done that on a 6 screw, then the next step is the same for both the twin pivot 2 pivot system and the 6 screw system. So we'll take care of the first of all the 6 screw preparation. So the first thing is, what we're trying to do is we're trying to it says raise the 4 internal screws on here by a couple of millimeters. So if you're like me, at all like me, you start off and you go, right, oh god, that's alright, I'm going to have to let this snap that off, and that's a bit of a pain, isn't it? So what does it say? It says raise these 4 2 millimeters over the base plate. So you're looking at the base plate and you're going, blimey, is that 2 millimeters? Yeah, that's about 2 millimeters. So you're just raising them a bit up, okay? And then maybe while we're at it, we'll just take off all the tension of these just to get hold of this for now. We'll probably need to, well, we will need to change, retune. So I'm just looking to make these all about the same 2 millimeters. You notice I'm not referring to a little device that tells me a measuring thing. I'm guessing 2 millimeters. So you can probably see from that that it isn't a sort of, it's not the scientific measurement that matters here. It's saying make sure these 4 internal screws are a couple of millimeters above the base plate, which I've done. Then it says, now it says you're going to use the outer 2 as a, you're going to use the outer 2 as the pivot points, as if it was a 2 pivot thing. So it says push with the arm so the rear of the plate touches the body. Now what that really means is, you could say pull with the arm or push with the arm. So in this case we put the arm in backwards, okay, and we just push back and we go, it's touching the body. As it happens, it's touching the body. Now what we know about that, and I'll just draw it briefly, so in case you've never seen this before. I mean, I don't, if you're au fait with this, please don't feel I'm patronising you, because I still, get quite a lot of folks saying, could you show us how to string a guitar? And that's great, and I'm not knocking anyone. I can't assume anyone knows stuff that they haven't done before. Here's your body of your guitar, and at the moment what you've got is you've got a plate that looks like this. Actually, it's not quite true. That's actually sitting on the body. So we've got a body of the guitar like that, and we've got a plate that's currently sitting on the body like that, and the front end of the plate is canted up a little bit. And at the moment we've raised, let me just quickly look, yeah, at the moment all our screws are like this at the it's hard to show, but let's try. At the outside edges, which I'm going to draw purple for a moment, the outside edges we have got screws that are sort of sitting like this, okay, and there they are. Da, 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 da. That's the outer 2. Right now we've kind of lifted the remaining 4 middle ones to about there. Okay, that's what we're looking at. So the first thing you can see is if we were to tighten down this end screw, or all of them, what actually happens, quite logically, is that this pulls flat, and what you get is a canting up of the back end. Okay, if we were to really bash all these home flat, okay, which we don't do. And the reason we don't do that is that that would fix it. There's no movement, there's no pivot possible, and so you never have your tremolo set like that in any circumstances, because all it will do is it increase your playing action, because it lifts everything up and just kind of freezes everything. So you can see here, you might think, well, why do we have this? Why do we want to, even if we're hard-tailed, why do we have that thing with its little nose sticking up? Well, the reason being is if that's your saddle, okay, and your string comes, whatever, up there and off the top, that's perfectly fine. Your play is absolutely brilliant. What matters is this is flat, everything's tidy, and the only thing you've got is this little kick up at the front. And it's actually, to be honest, I'm lying, it's not even like that. That's exaggeration. What it really is, so if that's the top of the plate, that bit looks like that. Okay, and actually the truth is the thing's already like that, but you could screw it in further. Okay, sorry for the lie. If you screwed it in further, you still see that it would bring this bit down to flat, and it cant up the end. So the principle's the same, right? Now the reason it has that space is so that there is movement. If you bang the tremolo arm, you need some movement so that this can this little bit can go down and back, because you want, when you hit the arm, you want this whole thing to do that. You don't want it there in the normal hardtail position, but you certainly do want the thing to be able to move that way and to then fall backwards. Now of course logic says it can't go any further back than where it is on the body, so that's always going to be the furthest back you can go, and within reason that's always going to be the most forward you can go. But this little movement here, judged by the angle at the front of this, that little angle there is actually plenty enough to create quite a big angle here, which is more than enough. And actually it gets to a point where if you really want to tip these things right over, you would end up having to raise all of these even further to allow it to almost stand on its nose, but you would be in real trouble with your unit if you try to do that. So that's the situation we've got in here. So we've taken up the 4 middle ones as the instructions say. It says then, I'm going to leave this flat on the floor for a minute, and it says then push back until it's make sure that this plate is flat on the ground, and it is. So there is no there's nothing else we need to do there. Then it says take raise the 2 outer screws to give a 0.5 space between the front of the plate and the body. Okay, now we actually can't see it because there is, believe it or not, there is the pick guard in the way. But actually, again, what this is trying to tell us, and I think it's Galeazzo's way of trying to tell us that what you don't need. You don't need really to see that. What you need to know is, I don't know if you can see, when I press down really hard, it starts to try and raise the body. And what it's telling us is we need this free of that, and we need it backed up about 1/2 mil. So there's a bit of looseness. So we go to the flat against the metal, and then we back off to what he's calling 1/2 millimeter. And actually the space that he's talking about between the front of the blade and the body is the natural space that you'll get when the body sits, when the plate sits absolutely flat on the body, and the 1/2 millimeter is that little bit at the front, which is very little, but will result in quite a lot of movement of the tremolo. So I've done that. So as you can see here, the tail end, the back end of the plate is flat on the body. The 2 outer screws have gone down. I've taken them down till they connected with the metal of the tremolo plate, and I've backed up 1/2 mil or so. And then the inner ones are already about 2 mils above the plate anyway, so they're kind of well out of the way of things at the moment. And I can see actually that the second one along is quite a bit further out. So just to be given loads of room, I'll just back these others out a little bit further as well, just to kind of match that one. We'll go from there. Right, so that's basically what all it's saying to you is, it's saying imagine those 4 didn't exist. If you took them out now, it wouldn't be a problem. What you're doing is you are setting up your tremolo to rock forward with enough room, as you can see here, to rock forward without actually pulling the screws out, and that's all it's aiming to do. Okay, and that 1/2 millimeter above the plate, when the plate is flat on the deck, is enough to allow that rocking movement. So that's our preparation. It sounds a lot more complicated when you take it step by step as it's described than it really is. Now I'm going to try and remove my arm for a minute. So actually what I would recommend you do now is tune back up. We're still, and nothing else has changed. Actually, I'm going to check again because the action may have changed slightly. I'm going to tune it up again because there's going to come a point in a minute where tuning is important, so it's worth tuning. Now, I haven't got my electronic tuner, but this will still be possible with an app, so tuners in the house, but so we'll need the amp and the app. Right, so here's my guitar in tune. I'll get the app, the amplifier up ready. It's a bit close to you, sorry about that. I'll put my phone on airplane mode, should be charged enough. Okay, let's switch this off. Make some bleeping noises, sorry if it does. And I'll get the lead ready. Okay, so remember, there's a lot of faffing around, it seems, but all I've done so far is just make sure that the bridge is in its correct position to tilt. Now, if this was a 2-point bridge, that's all we'd need is those 2 outside posts, because there would only be 2 posts, and it's now sitting perfectly to operate as a forward-going 2-point bridge. The truth is, if we were going to just go forward, you'd only these middle ones only need to be at lowest the same height as the outer ones, and then they will just work in exactly the same way. The reason they're out of the way now is because you want to make sure that the outer 2 are correct first, and then we lower those all in a minute. Oh, actually we do it now. Okay, so again, it's a bit over described. So once you've got the 2 outer ones with the right amount of movement, you basically your objective is to just bring these inner ones down to the same range of movement. And again, you can see I'm doing it by eye down to touch and then back up a tiny fraction to equal, so I can see that there is about the same amount of movement. Right? You can see that's over described already, but what you've done is you've used the outer ones to set a good arrangement between the plate and the outer pivots, and then because it's a 6, you've made sure all the inner ones are the same, and then all of them are going to work in the same way when we step on the tremolo arm. Right, fine. So what am I looking at now? Okie dokie. What am I looking at? Right, so we now start the main process, and this is the bit that can be absolutely mind-boggling in a certain kind of way. So what it says here is measure the default action if you've got somebody's guitar, or if you've got your favorite guitar and you've never had it set up, but you've never had the tremolo set, but it's currently set the way you like it. So the smart thing to do, he's saying there, is if that's the case, measure it with your string gauges so that you can see what you're aiming for afterwards, because once you've set the tremolo in a floating configuration, God, this is so low. In fact, I am going to raise this a tiny fraction. It is way too low. But once you've got it, once you've got the tremolo working, he's assuming that you're going to want to put it back to your favourite action. That is 1 mil. No, hang on, it's not a millimetre. Okay, that's the millimetre. I was reading the wrong scale. We're about right. Yeah, so it's just logical. You're going to want to put it back on your favourite action, and it is going to change while you do this, because if you think about it, if this plate moves up, which it's going to do to be in a floating position, it's going to stabilise at some point, but you see it's going to cant forward and it will raise the playing action, and we're going to take care of that by adjusting the bridge saddles. But of course he's saying you need to know what the action was, however you measure it. So I know my target action is 1.5 and 1 on the last fret, so whatever we end up with once we've stabilised the trem, then I'm going to just readjust these saddles. So the trem will stay in its same canted position, but I'll use the saddles then to bring it back to my ideal playing action. So that's a long explanation of a simple point. Then it says tighten the tremolo claw. Let's take this out for a minute. It says tighten the tremolo claw, and he says do it. He's assuming that it isn't already in, so he says do it 10 to 15 times or something. What did he say? 10 or 11 times, so that the rear of the bridge touches the guitar top. Well, it's already there because we've locked it off. So, but if you didn't have it there by chance, he says at this point screw it all the way. Screw these mostly all the way in, so that the thing touches the top. That's that. Okay. And what we're going to aim for, by the way, and I didn't mention this, and this is what he says, is we're going to set this up so that once it's canted and floating, you'll get an unlimited amount of downwards, obviously, as far as you dare bend it, hoping it won't detune completely. But we're concerned about how much upward pitch bend you get, and the way we're going to set this, the steps in this process, are going to give you what turns out to be half a tone on the E when you bend it back. At the same time, that translates into a tone on the B string and a tone and a half on the G string, and that tends to be a fairly common. I don't know, I don't use a tremolo that much, but that's Galeazzo Frudua says that is a common range and is a good target to go for. You could set it for more or less if you really want to, but that's what we're doing in this process. And at the end I'm going to show you where those, remember that's 3 steps on the guitar. And effectively, just let's remember the word, 3 steps. That's a tone, i.e. 1.5 tones. Okay, remember the 1.5 tones, or 3 steps. Okay, and that will make sense. I'll come back to that later and show you why it makes sense. So we're going for that. We have all our tremolo claw screwed pretty much in. Okay, then he says get a block of post-it notes. And he says get one that's about 6mm thick and get one that's about 4. Right, now again, this seems overcomplicated, and you get your little calipers out and you go, oh my lord, have I got to find 6mm? Oh no, that's 4mm. So where's my 6? Oh god, I haven't got one of 6. I can't do this. I might as well give up. Oh no, that's about 6. Right, so let's draw it on just so we can reassure ourselves. Yeah, 4 and 6 roughly. Okay, pads of post-it notes. Okay, so he says, why do we need 4 and 6? I don't understand actually. Do we ever use more than one of these? Hold that thought and question it, right? This is where instructions kind of sound like gospel. They might not make sense. So we say we've got the 4 and the 6. We've tried the tremolo bolt. Now it says shove the tremolo arm in. It's a nice arm, but it's a little stiff to go in. Then it says, shove in the amount of, it doesn't say which block to use. It might do in his, but I haven't written it down. So start with the 4. It says I'm going to push forward on this fella here, and we're going to put in a bit of. You sometimes have to push a bit further down. That's too much. Why isn't that right? Oh, we don't have a very big gap, that's why. It's a very tightly spaced bridge. So we're going to just let it sit back. Hold on a second. How's Wilkinson made this? Yeah, there's about 4mm where this should work. Okay, so what I'm trying to do is, it says push forward the thing and put underneath as many post-it notes as it takes to make this bridge sit parallel to the body. And before, remember we said we tightened the things until it pulled back, and actually because of the way it's sitting slightly up at the front to allow the screws to move, the plate to move around those screws, pivots, and we tightened the springs until it's now on the floor. We're now basically levering it up with some post-it blocks until that is perfectly level with the body. So to draw it, sorry to be labouring this point, but I'm hoping you'll understand this better than I did the first times around. So what we've now got is a different arrangement. We've got body of the guitar. We've got our we've got our plate that sort of goes right. Here we go. Here's our tremolo plate now, sitting like that. It pivots at the end. We've got all our things pretty much like that. So there's a bit of space at the front. Before it was slammed on the back here, but now we've got some, I better use the right colour. We've got some orange post-it notes just tucked under here, just enough to raise it so that this here plate now is perfectly horizontal. Okay, and that is however many whatchamacallits that requires to do it. Okay, I hope that makes sense. So now we have the plate absolutely parallel. Now of course that will have slightly lifted the action here, but we're not worried about that for now. So now what we do is we tune the G string to pitch, and for that I'm going to switch the amp on and my tuner on so that we can come on, tuner. Yeah, amp. Okay, why aren't we making any noise? That's why. Okay, tuner, stick it next to the amp. Okay, let's have a decent clean tone, not too much of anything on the treble setting, and then we'll go for the G. Okay, so we've... The neck is actually not supported at the moment. It's not critical, but I'll do it with the neck supported because I like it that way. Okay, there's G. So we've tuned it to G with the sticky notes under, lifting it to horizontal or parallel to the deck. Now we take these post-it notes out. Da, da, da. Then it tells us to lower the arm until G equals E. So hang on. Now it's going to be sharp, isn't it? Right? Because we've taken the paper out. That's tilted backwards. So you can see that the G is no longer G, it's sharp of G. But now we've been asked to turn it... Oh, get my sleeve out of the way. We've been asked to push down until thingy becomes thingy. Alright, and becomes G becomes E. And I'm going to try and shove my papers in again. F sharp, more to go. Let's see if we got enough. Slightly sharp, a tiny bit more. So you can see I'm getting most of my blocks of paper. I have to take them out and push them back in each time actually. There isn't a lot of room, so hey, G's become E with only a few bits of paper to spare. Now, the smart ones amongst you who aren't me are starting to realise what's he done. He's just stepped down 3 steps, hasn't he? G to E. Remember those 3 steps, because remember what I said, we want 3 steps backwards pull. So this is where you can make sense of it. I've now tuned it to G when it was parallel. I've pushed down until the G's become an E, which is those 1.5 tones or those 3 steps. Slightly over. So I would have probably put another page of, a single sheet of post-its, or even 2. Let's be really radical. It's probably compressing there. It's flat now. Look at one. You didn't know 1 page of post-it notes could make so much of a difference, did you? Good. It will be compressing it slightly. So look, even one. I've taken 1 too many. Get it out. Let's do it again. I've got to get it right in the middle. There's a little hint. Get it right in the middle. If you do it near the edge, it doesn't behave the same way. So put this right in the middle of the the saddles. A bit too much, 1 page too many. Take the final page out whilst holding the tremolo down. Get it right in the middle of the saddles, nowhere else. Still too far. 1 page out. See, this isn't an exact science, is it? Depends where you shove it to, basically. Alright, it doesn't really matter as long as I get it to the one place that stays the same each time. I'm butting it up against the steel block. It goes as far as it will go. There we are, we're on E. Okay, fiddly fiddly. Okay, so we've done it to E. We hold the E. Now it says tune the whole guitar to pitch with the post-it still in place. Ooh. So we dropped it on 1.5 tones or 3 steps. Now we tune up to G. There and thing. But you can see what's happening. We're now tuning the guitar. As if we were going to play it now, this guitar would be in tune. What happens would be if we take out the paper, what would happen to the guitar? The springs would grab the thing back and it would go out of tune, sharp by, you guessed it, come on E. If we took these paper out now, the whole guitar, the springs would pull the plate back again, and we know now, we can guess now that the whole thing would be a tone and a half sharp. And guess what it says? Remove the post-its. So if it now goes back to being a tone and a half sharp, or sorry, when it hits the deck, it's a tone and a half. What do we expect G to be? G needs to be E. No, what does it need to be? G. Come on, G. A. G, A flat, A. Come on, no, my musical notation. Well, we've got it. It's coming in. It's coming in as B flat, and so that's what it needs to be. 3 steps up. I'm hopeless at music theory. So 3 steps up from E will be B flat, and that's what it is when we're flat on the back. And now at the moment I have to crank the handle to get it flat now, because now the tension of the strings happen to be pulling the plate a little bit. That's not important right now. Now what's interesting is it says remove the post-its. We've done. We know it's gone 3 steps or a tone and a half sharp. And I want to get this thing out, but it's kind of hard work, these Wilkinson ones. Tone and a half sharp. Then it says, this is the interesting bit, it says turn it over, take your screwdriver, well, I'm probably, yeah, let's turn it over. It's got a plug sticking out. And undo, don't like these very much, undo. Remember it was sharp, now it says slacken these off until your guitar is in tune. So we slack it off a bit. Remember we went up to B flat on the G string. Let's try it now. A, so it's dropped half a tone. You get what's going on here? Took me a while to work this out. And then take some more out here, drop it further back. We were on A. We're now below A. Next thing you know we'll be G flat, G sharp, sorry, and then we'll be G. So we keep going out. So what a cool thing. We've basically created the space. We've used this method to create the correct amount of space. Keep going backwards. We've created this used this method to create the correct amount, the correct position to allow us to bend backwards the exact range of bend that we want. And that's what this is really a great method to do. And I really salute Galeazzo Fredua for inventing it. G sharp, we've got a semitone to go. I salute him for inventing it, because I never saw anybody give as foolproof a method that worked every single time. And you notice this method doesn't require all this endless tuning, retuning, tuning, retuning. So long as your strings are stretched before you start this, you'll be away in no time. We're nearly on G now. So the idea is we just have to follow that G down to a G, and presto, our guitar, or all the other strings, will be pretty much in tune. Not exactly. Woohoo! Look at that. Now the reason we're aiming for the tuning here is just because at the moment tuning equals the correct amount of backward motion we're programming into this arrangement. So it makes sense to follow it through. There we are, that's good enough. Or we could be absolutely precise and tighten up a fraction. There, quarter of an eighth of a turn, and there. Difficult to get your screwdriver in there. There you are, G. And can you see that there is a certain amount of tilt up on the plate? Now, what's really interesting, first of all, what do we expect now to find by miraculous? E, B, G, D, A. Slightly sharp E. How about that? Miraculous. Even better, you put that in and we go, what do we expect to get on the full bend to the back of this till it hits the floor? We expect G to be a tone and a half, and we knew that went to E, right? Oh, sorry, A, not E. B we expect to go up to what? Oh my god, I'm so useless at this. C. No, C sharp. Is it going to go C sharp? So B, sorry, yeah, it should go to C sharp, standing up. E should go to F. Too many noises. So it's not going quite as far as I'd like. So what I'm going to do is I need a bit more range in there. So I am going to come out a bit further. And that's going to give me more backward range. So I'll need to tune to make sure it's in tune first. So this is where you can fine tune it. Better with a tuner than this audio thing, really. That's interesting. This appears to be going back a whole tone, not a tone and a half. Well, it is if you whack it all the way back. I think partly the reason this has got three massive great springs on the back. If you, the truth is, this is I have to say this is working in principle. So I'm reluctant to the springs are so heavy, and this is I think where the number of springs comes in actually. The springs are so strong that with 3 springs I've got to really pull hard to get this thing to hit the deck. But when you do hit the deck, you've got A sharp. Actually a bit sharp now anyway. So there's your G. So you get the full range. Confusing myself a little bit there. So that gives you the full range. I guess what I'm learning here then is that if you have 3 big screws instead of 2, the more screws you have, probably the more you're going to have to pull hard back to get it to hit the deck. And I've set up many tremolos where it's actually further forward than this. So I think equilibrium can be had with 1 screw with the claw pulled in one position, or it can be with several, and I think the more you have, it feels like the harder you have to work to get it to the front. Where's my plectrum gone? Okay, we're nearly there. Find it. Yeah, that's it's harder than I thought to. But the principle applies. As you can see, it's quite stable. Okay, so that's your Kaliatsu Fredua method. What I don't know with any authority is the impact of more or less springs, and I suspect, judging by I've done this on other guitars and it hasn't been as hard to pull it back to bottom out on the deck. I suspect that the strength of those springs has got quite a lot to do with it, because just because they're in equilibrium right now doesn't mean let's see this sort of thing. I'm pulling. What am I pulling? No, that's straight. The springs are helping me. What would make it easier to get back to there then? Because the springs are helping me. So that doesn't make any sense, does it? So this is doing what it should. It's coming up at the front. I wonder if it needs a little bit higher movement. I'll just do a little experiment here to see if it actually requires a tiny bit more room to move at either end. In which case, I take these up a fraction to match the end ones, because in a way the middle ones don't really matter too much in this. They just sort of back up, they hold some of the load, or share the load actually I should say, of the whole thing, pulling in that forward direction. Yeah, it's still quite stiff to deck it out, but it's got the room to do it. But that's a real pull. Let's go with. Still got some slack in the strings because I've done them and undone them and done them up a couple of times. But once we get it there, you'll see that we can get all the way back, but it takes a lot of pull. It might be that if that's how your if that's how your tremolo system operates, you might want to set the range of movement greater by, instead of pushing down from G down to E, you might want to go from G down to E flat. It's really important. This is all in tune before you start playing with the tremolo. So as long as your strings are stretched and stabilised, I don't know why we needed 2 bits of paper, we didn't for some reason. So there's a little bit of the instruction that doesn't make any sense. 2 pieces of, 2 blocks of post-it notes. We didn't ever use them at the same time as each other. So I guess we needed one of 6mm around about to work. Okay, so this is strings will stabilise shortly, and I'm going to gently pull out this for the time being, because what I want to do is just check the action now. Since I know this, the tremolo plate, as you can see now, is now heading towards, it's not quite there, but it's heading towards its equilibrium point, and that is lifted off the back of the body somewhat. All these screws are approximately the same place, and there's enough room for the thing to tilt up, as you can see here, and enough room for it to push back and hit the deck. Yeah, it just takes a bit of force to get it back there, to work against the pull of the strings, basically. So the thing that will have changed in all of that is, because this is now tilted up, the action will have changed absolutely slightly. So we just want to double check it and make sure it's close to where it was. We've got 1.5 on the final last fret there, and we've got just over 1 there. So it's actually it's hardly altered at all. So we're kind of at the end point with this now. And the thing I don't know is what I did with the back plate, which is a bit of a weird one. I'll check in the bag. I might have put it back in there, or I may have put it in a pot over here and confused myself, but I'll find it anyway. So there we go. That's the setting of the floating tremolo system. Thanks a million to Galeazzo Fritterer, because this system really works. What confused me a little bit were I've got a couple of extra lines of sort of following it by rote instructions. For example, having two blocks of paper, it doesn't really matter, one will do. I only needed to use one there. And the other thing is that took me by surprise was the range we got out of it was exactly right. However, it was a bit harder to hit the deck than I expected it to be, but when we got it down there, and we probably would never really crank it that hard in real life, but we've got at least a tone. We've technically got a tone and a half on the G, but we've got at least a tone without kind of going crazy and really cranking it. But that was the aim of it, to fix the maximum extent, and even though it was difficult to get it there in playing, it technically is available to you. That tone and a half is right there programmed in, and the programming of that tone and a half, that 3 steps, was done, as you saw, by the key part in the process, which was tuning leveling the plate out and then tuning the G down to an E. That was where we started programming in those 3 usable steps, or that tone and a half of tremolo bend. But you see how great a system it is, and there's a little bit of, as you can see, fine tuning, and partly the fine tuning on this is because, having slacked the strings off, first of all, I had already taken most of the stretch out of these strings yesterday, which is good. However, I came in and I slacked them off in order to get access to those plate screws, and that slacking it off again creates sort of further detuning. So it's going to take a little bit more stretching and balancing up to get the tremolo exactly into equilibrium, but you can hear it's not that far off now, so it's pretty close. So I'll do that indoors when I take it inside. Okay, so there you go. I hope that was useful. Those instructions, that sounded very Welsh, those instructions, if I just unplug you for a second, hold on, you may run out of batteries instantly. Yeah, you will. I'm going to hold this very still, because it may be useful for you to pinch, freeze frame and grab those instructions. I don't know if you can see that. I'm going to try and brighten it up. Hey, see if you can borrow them. It's my handwriting, I'm ever so sorry. Equally, you can always, God, it's hard to keep still. You can always go to Galeazzo Fritterer's site and follow it through with him. And he's credit to the man. It's a great system to come up with. Like I said, absolutely no criticism from me. The only thing I need, and you might be like me, is I need something I need to understand something, not just to follow instructions. And so this is what I had to do to understand what was going on, and I hope it's been helpful in the same way, or gone some way to helping you understand, and not just trying to just do it and get the results, which is fantastic for the first time you ever need to do it. But it's something I needed to understand. So I hope you found that useful. I'm going to split and do some other things. Thanks for spending time. And again, all kudos. It's not my system or my method. It's kudos to Galeazzo Freddua, Italian luthier and singer-songwriter and music theorist, I think. Great guy.